Good morning, everyone. Let's do our last minute tea dash and then come back and settle down. We want to start as early as you allow us to. We get to experience the Cape Town weather. And I hope as we go back to Pretoria, no, just the rain, not the cold, just the rain. It's terribly dry. I'm just giving our keynote address down here. I'm giving you 2 minutes to grab your tea and come back so that we can get the I think it's time. I think it's time. May we bow our heads and observe a moment of silence as we meditate. Thank you. We are on day 2 of our conference, hashtag Saca 2023. Remember that if you're putting your pictures on your social media platforms, please do that. A very good morning to everyone on this rainy and cold day in this city. I hope we all slept well and that we are all fired up. We had a very robust day yesterday, interesting presentations, as well as feedback from the floor. That was really robust, asking the pertinent questions and hoping to find the solutions that we need. I hope that today will be no different. So as we start out, I just want to remind everyone that there is an attendance register at the back, and we have new laminated text today, different from yesterday, to protect our names from the elements. I have a friend of mine that has, those, I don't know what you call those things that you put up your coat in the office, but in his office, there's quite a lot of this. Another one puts them up in her car. So apparently, to many, these are very important. So we made them laminated so that you can keep them for as long as you want. So please, if you have not taken the new one, because you brought your yesterday's one, you have a brand new one that is laminated at the back. Go get it. We were given in our packages yesterday a feedback form. Please get the feedback form, fill it in, and take it back to the registration table. Again, as I said, remember, hashtag Saca 2023. Talk about it. Search in Facebook, I think. Where's Silvo? Salga, and you'll find the directions of this. Say, say what is interesting you about the conference and about our thank you. Please say whatever you want to say that will have us answer to South Africans what it is that we are doing here and on the topics, of course, that are still raging in that platform. Let's remember, we did not discuss house rules yesterday, but we assume that the caliber of delegates that are here at least understand the basic house rules, keeping our folks muted if we must. Of course, we know that you are busy, and sneaking out to respond to them, keeping quiet when the speakers are on the podium, and that kind of etiquette that this gathering as dignified as possible. Last thing is a reminder, we're having the tour tomorrow, so please go back to, when you have time and are going towards the back, just register your name that will be available for the tour so that we can have an idea of how big a transport we will need for the tour tomorrow, and to make sure that we're all attended to. Righto, that takes care of the announcements. Now, I would like to really extend a brief welcome. I see that our Prof. Somadoda Rafikeni has joined us, and so have our speakers for today. I see that Mr. Van der Westhuizen here today. We really appreciate that. Dr. Rag will be joining us on a social, on the virtual platform. So I welcome all of you back today as the delegates. I see that most of the faces that were here today are still here. That tells us that we are consistent. I will now give over to Cyril to just do a powerful welcome to the session, as well as a quick recap of yesterday's events. Cyril?
Thank you so much, Program Director Sisinozi, for the opportunity to once again address this conference on the second day. Program Director, I see that I'm not sure if Councillor Van Patricia is here, but to our keynote speaker, Professor Somadoda in our midst. The executive members of Saca present, the administration of Saca, both nationally, the academics, and political principals of municipality present, the officials and councillors, delegates, speakers, members of the media, Sanbonani, Molweni. I'm thrilled to welcome you to day 2 of the South African Cemeteries Association National Conference in making day 1 an equivocal success. The first day of our conference was nothing short of exceptional, marked by a presentation that took us to the next level of understanding and discussions that were robust and enlightening. Your engagement and enthusiasm have set a remarkable tone for the rest of our gathering. May I then humbly acknowledge in our presence Inkosi Babu Mahlangu in our midst, the visitors, siyathokoza. Ladies and gentlemen, here are some of the highlights of the summation of day 1. Councillor Patricia van der Roos, representing the Mayor's office, delivered an inspiring welcome address that set a positive tone for the conference, emphasizing the warm-hearted commitment of the city in support of our work as Saca. Waldi from Cargro presentation reinforced the excellent choice of hosting the conference at the Memorial Park. It provided a valuable insight into Cargro's group's vision and the future plans, aligning perfectly with the conference objectives. Our own Professor Timothy Feshun, the archaeological perspective, shedding light on the threat posed by the physical remains and necessity of process. Inkosi uMahlangu undabezitha from the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders dispelled the negative stereotypes surrounding the traditional leadership. His presentation opened doors respectfully in engagement with Amakhosi on symmetry and practices. First, it brought hope when we presented to us yesterday. Unondumiso Twalo offered an extensive exploration of evolving culture in response to changing disposal methods. Her thought-provoking presentation unveiled significant challenges that we undoubtedly fuel ongoing discussion beyond this conference. Wayne's presentation on family search, wow, really brought a practical solution-oriented approach to the conference. He emphasized the real potential and digitizing record, benefiting not only the cemetery sector, but the various government sectors in preserving history through the modern technology. Simplified the understanding that it can always be viewed as a complicated process, but he brought simplicity providing the quality practical insight of the development they through. With a sense of humor for all political life, emphasizing the enduring of memories. We've completed a message from our chairperson, a decade of accomplishment and resolute commitment to uphold the founding principles with unwavering focus and dedication. As we embark on day 2, knowledge sharing that has defined our conference thus far, the issue of cemeteries and crematoria remains a perpetual topic for exploration, particularly in the context of our world's ongoing population explosion. It leads to the competition for services, including the development of cemeteries vis-a-vis the threat of developing of housing. While cultural norms may have since discouraged such discussion, but evolving perspective, re-evaluation of our beliefs in light of the changing times. As an association, we believe that the time is ripe for authentic relations among government sector. These discussions require the courage to address questions in our industry and to confront aspects we may have previously ignored. The theme, post-life, poses the consideration includes understanding allows us to appreciate the cultural and religious aspect associated with cemetery management. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to enjoy day 2 with us and then continue engaging in an open and in a constructive dialogue. We kindly request that you show due respect to our presenters, especially those that are joining us virtually. I thank you all and enjoy the conference further. Thank you.
Do that again. Awesome. Thank you so much, Cyril. That was indeed a beautiful picture of what transpired yesterday. I would not want to add a thing, but just to remind colleagues, especially from municipalities, and I must express our appreciation that some municipalities are actually represented by councillors in this gathering, and it shows how seriously they take the topics that we are discussing these past 2 days. And also just a reminder that we have the private sector that we can rope in as our partner. We don't have to solve the problems of our communities by ourselves. We must do so in partnership with the private sector. Let us therefore seek opportunities to get them involved. And when they're involved, let us be there, and let us not just let them run on their own, but let us be there so that they can feel that they are here with us. And with that, I really am grateful that we have such a strong presence in this conference of the private sector, sharing what they are doing with us. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to the podium our keynote address speaker, who, after we've mulled over what we discussed yesterday, will then bring to the fore some of the discussions about this topic and this theme. And again, somebody said we are spiritual beings having a human experience, and thus everything we do is really spiritual. We may try to tie it with various forms of religion, but we are truly spiritual beings. Now, besides the fact that he is from my mother-in-law's community, he's also the chairperson of the Public Service Commission of South Africa. He is a public figure that has held various positions of leadership in the public sector organizations. He's a scholar or public intellectual who has influenced public discourse, and he doesn't shy in entertaining various topics that are affecting the public. He focuses on institution building and public policies, is currently, as I've said, the chairperson of the commission, and he is also the chairperson of the Indlulamthi South Africa Scenarios Board of Trustees. Now, that's another interesting discussions. Educationally, he holds a BA honors with UNITRA, master's with the Queen's University in Canada, and a PhD with Michigan State University, as well as numerous short course programs in specialized areas. His area of specialization and interest is in political science, public policy, analysis, and development, history, political economy, and heritage. He has lectured in different universities in South Africa and abroad. He has held management positions at universities and policy institutions as a think tank. He is a researcher and an author in the aforementioned fields. His main professional work has been and continues to be in the public policy development, higher education, and heritage sector. He has chaired a number of boards and councils. He has also participated in the establishment and repositioning of organizations. He is a visiting professor at the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. One of the leading public commentators in politics, policy, economy, social and heritage issues in South Africa and international media and fora, having been recognized with several awards for this work. He's a public speaker as well as a motivational speaker. He has received several honors and awards in South Africa and abroad, and one of these is the honorary chieftaincy that was bestowed on him in Ghana. He is a community development activist and has initiated a number of community development and charity organizations to mobilize resources for assistance of the poor and disadvantaged. As a student leader and a youth, he was involved in the anti-apartheid struggles and got detained on numerous occasions for his activism. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Somodo Dafikeni.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for those kind words. Sometimes when you hear these introductions, you feel like a recording person, so that in the next interview, you won't have to introduce yourself, you simply play the tape. Good morning, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Dumelang, Dimachiron, Abshen, Lochan, Mawandre, Ratogos. I'm really honored to be invited to share some few thoughts about the leadership of the Symmetries Association, SALGA, AVBOP, and the other partners who are here. The memorial parks, to share some thoughts on this topic. I just want to make one disclaimer. I often refuse to make promises that you are this Albert Einstein who solve all the problems. Instead, I just present a modest keyhole address. Because with a keyhole, with a bunch of keyholes, the right one works. Through that small hole and see the other side on a bigger scale, even if incomplete. So I'm going to deliver some people said, please stop. Looks like there is a person who is coming to you. Indeed, this fellow was running so fast, came. He could hardly speak. He was leaning against the car, drenched in sweat. It was a very hot day. Finally, the driver was getting annoyed. His voice, he managed to gather his breath and said, are you the one asking for Kumalo's place? The driver said, yes. He said, no, I've come to also tell you that I do not know where Kumalo's place is. So, he was so tired after that hard work that he had to sleep on the pavement for a while. So I was saying, for such a complex topic, I hope I'm not rushing here through GPS to say, I have come to confess that I have nothing to say. If I had all the time and space on this subject, I would be talking of the complex intersection of heritage, which includes spirituality, of course, culture, spatial planning, environment, and the imperatives of change. Because even as my colleague here was introducing the topic, he was saying the illuminating discussions of yesterday were talking about these intersectionalities. I start with this quote by Marcus Tullius Cicero. The life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. Death is the most certain and predictable outcome of any mortal being. And yet, we seem never to have psychological policy and planning readiness for it, even though it is as certain as anything. In 2099, almost all of us here will have visited the places we are discussing to be our final resting places. It's not a threat, it's not a promise, it's a certainty. So it is better to prepare the place where we are all going to. The other day I was talking to the Association of the Disabled to say, each one of us have been disabled and will be disabled. At birth, you are disabled because you can't do many things. Can't wash yourself. Even if a fly is coming to your mouth, you can't even raise your hand. Someone has to take care of you. If you live to be old enough, you start losing sight, losing hearing, having dementia, having all kinds of sicknesses. Therefore, you have become disabled. So our mindset should be to say, this massive village called cemetery or graveyard or memorial park, whatever word you choose, where we're all going to be residents of, how would we like it to be? And the whole processing of that life when it ends. And it also has to do with the thanatological aspect of how do we deal with the healing of those who remain behind. Somebody, when I was in Indonesia, said something very simple. If you want to know the soul, the psyche, the collective psyche of any society, look at how they are looking after their cemeteries. Any village, any community, if you find their cemetery is unfenced, not looked after, there are no organized roads, it's covered by thick grass, it's likely that if you invest money in that community, it's already a signal of disorganization and lack of self-respect. You do not have to go ask, is the traditional leadership, are the community associations working well here? You just have to stand there and it tells the full story. Even if they were asking for big funding or and so forth, you start seeing that if they can't respect that sacred space, if they can't come together to say, let's do this, it's a sign that it's a fragmented community as well. The same way anthropologists would say, or archaeologists, we can tell how this society organized itself when we are excavating, because we're looking at how the community was arranged, how the graves were arranged. Today, some of the biggest and iconic cemeteries or memorials, the pyramids. We often forget and think it's just a tourist area. And yet it's the burial spaces, which says something about thousands of years, how they dealt with the burial of their leaders and some of the important figures in society. This is thousands of years later. Or in China, the terracottas, the Aztec empires, the same. Some people will come centuries later to study how we lived, what we valued, how we organize ourselves, and more importantly, when the last hours came, how we deal with that. So here you do have this intersection of spirituality, the culture, the heritage, the spatial planning, environmental, economic realms, and sometimes with tension between those. Each civilization has always had a way of organizing itself in dealing with death. More recently, I attended BRICS, and the key theme there was the dialogue of civilizations towards the advancement of humanity. Because we've always venerated one civilization and one form of modernity to the exclusion of others. So we've not been able to tap from diverse civilizations, whether it is the Hoi or the Sun, whether it is this religion or that religion, Christianity, Hindu, Jewish faith or Muslim faith, and so forth. If we start in this reflection about what are we to do with the crisis of organizing our cemeteries, start from a point of saying there were civilizations and there must be mutual respect in their dialogue and an active listening ear which listens to understand, not listen to respond. Once you start giving a narrative justice to each one of these civilizations, you have won half the battle. But once you come to give others lectures on how to, 100 years from now, you will not have moved. Because there's something that just switches off in the mind. So that is the starting point. I've been to some environmental conferences. When the North starts saying, you must do this, if you don't do this, you must do this, if you don't do this, we'll punish and so forth. Then people say, but people who finish their wolves off and destroy their environment do not have the modesty to say, let's think together what has worked in the Amazon, what has worked elsewhere, so that we pull together the collective flow of knowledge on how to relate to the environment. So the first point I want to put here, as the preamble of our Constitution says, united in diversity. When we are reflecting policies and options that we want to start dealing with, those dealing with this sensitive matter must have diversity IQ. Where you say, what if? Once you come and say, I have a solution, we are Hindu, therefore, if you just put people in ashes, you'll be fine, just join our form. They'll resist. Even if that was logical. Because you have not taken time to understand, internalize what other cultures are saying. I'll give you another example of where we missed it in terms of diversity IQ, especially a country with a history of ours, of colonialism, of apartheid, of contestations, of suppressed cultures, and so forth. One Mr. Tony Yangeni, some years ago, came out of prison, slaughtered a cow. The animal rights group took him to court using the 1962 Act, Cruelty to Animals. At the time, I was the COO of the National Heritage Council. We called Amakosi, Abonkosu Patekle Olomisa, we called different animal rights groups. Now the debate on TV was, you see these people, they do not respect animal rights at all. When I facilitated the session, I ended up saying, we should not mask our ignorance about each other's culture as a front of being concerned about it in this way. When this animal rights group, all of us were concerned, but from our civilizational point, on how the welfare of animals is taken care of. I asked the leader who had taken this matter to court, one, have you taken the upmarket restaurants of the northern suburbs of Johannesburg and those in Cape Town to court for boiling lobsters alive? No. Said the last time I checked, these were animals. And I said, how did you come to the meeting? Said, how is that relevant? No, if you just answer, I'll explain. Said, no, I drove here. Said, go to your windscreen and tires. You have committed genocide against smaller animals. Because we do not contextualize these things to say, let's just have common practice. Each civilization will have its own weaknesses. How do we first have the narrative justice, and the openness to plurality of ideas. Same in this sensitive matter. Now, we've just emerged from COVID-19. COVID-19 was a massive disaster across the world. And many people have not yet dealt with the deficit of rituals. Couldn't see a person in hospital. You couldn't go collect the spirit for those who collect the spirit from where the incident occurred. There are so many open wounds that are not yet closed. So as you deal with these debates, be sensitive to that as well. Some may want to come and do this and that ritual. Some say my relative was actually buried without us having to view the body. Therefore, I'm not even sure if it is the same person. So those are some of the very tangible, more recent cases. But very quickly, of course, we acknowledge SALGA's good practices in cemeteries management, building local government capacity in cemeteries management, where it is trying to balance between spirituality, religious, cultural practices, and the challenges in terms of the availability of land. The next one after this diversity IQ in dealing with the policies is the one of recognizing that we are in an era of natural disasters. Only yesterday, we have been seeing that 25% of a city in Libya has been washed off to the sea. And now they are having to deal with mass burials, mass graves. And not only that, a few days earlier, the earthquake in Marrakesh along the Atlas Mountains in Morocco struck. And not only that, you just have to look at tsunami, you look at several other things, even COVID itself on the scale. So when we design policies, we should also be designing policies having that in mind, of what should be the disaster resilient approach or anticipation of our policies towards burials. And what happens if some floods come, as was the case in 1987 Mzimkhulu, and just lift out the coffins and the graves? What's the restoration policy? And of course, it's not always natural disasters. It could be man-made disasters. In Rwanda, when there was genocide. In the Balkan states, when there were all those mass killings. In Cambodia, when Pol Pot unleashed his forces and killed millions. How do you deal with that? What are our policies around that? Of course, I'll just rush off to the third aspect: vandalism and desecration of cemeteries. In some instances, Nozbele, it's not even Amapara doing the vandalism. One time we visited the grave of this highly respected, iconic scholar and a poet, Khunem Kai, found that that grave was almost disappearing because the municipality had used that place as a dumping pit. So the dump was now swallowing the grave itself. Then you have people who will desecrate deliberately. What's the security? What's the policy? Then you'll have people who maliciously or out of desperation will go looking for any metal scraps, extracting even the enclosures that families have so that they go sell metal. What is the position? And what should be the policy to that effect? Then we must also be including here at the Public Service Commission, we're sitting with the challenge of bodies who have been lying in government mortuaries for more than 3 years. So when we conducted, I think at one stage I even contacted your office, because when we conducted these mortuaries and the health department, the forensic pathologists and so forth, they said, we have done our part, but now burial depends on municipalities. If municipalities say we have no space for proper burials or other things, how do we deal with this in a comprehensive manner? What's the ecosystem of things that we're dealing with here? So in the policy space and reflections that we're making, let's take that into account. And that problem is going to be more and more because our poor management of migration. And I know some people are starting to say migration of who, from where? Both internal and external migration, whether from village to Cape Town or from other countries in South Asia, in the rest of the continent, we have a disastrous process of management. And yet your policy planning is based on intelligent understanding of population sizes and movement so that you can anticipate and plan. We don't. The fires now in Johannesburg of the hijacked buildings. I do not even know how this thing of hijacked building, sometimes I think as a country we just lack common sense deficit. I mean, we have common sense deficit, because when you say in a city 150 buildings are hijacked, I can understand when a child or somebody has been hijacked somewhere, we do not know where they are. Here is the building. It's hijacked. Rents are collected, water is flowing in, electricity is flowing in. No official should take us seriously. There's no way. It's just like Transnet saying ghost employees for 2 years. It just doesn't make sense. If you say I have 2,000 ghost employees, say in 2 weeks' time, we want everybody to present himself and herself, and you'll actually take the biometric test and so forth. And if you have not presented yourself, we block your salary. It's as simple as that. Delivery of textbooks. 6 months later, no, we do not know how to do it. Why don't you just close down your department and say, bring your bike and your car, here's a delivery note, these are the schools. 1 week, that problem is done. All other normal countries are doing that. With us, we have so complicated life. Say save energy, then you drive throughout townships, lights are on during the day. Please spare water in Gqeberha because we have no water. You drive, water is flowing on the streets. So we've lost common sense. Which in my language, just basic common sense. because we're so complicated, we're over-regulated, we're this. We even stopped doing the normal thing because you're still trying to see and so forth. So basic things, hence other countries start wondering. But to be fair to us, on big occasions such as World Cup and BRICS, we then come together. We just, dazzle the world and do things so right. And when they leave, we say, where were we? So I'll just make the following points and then sit down. Given the fiscal challenges, where municipalities can hardly sustain themselves and pay for salaries, how are we going to mobilize these resources? Because we have this conundrum as a country, we have this federalist impulse. It's my space, don't touch it. And yet a unitary arrangement in many of the things and budget flows and subsidies. How are we going to deal with it? Because some municipalities are struggling to pay for their employees, pay service providers. We have to be more creative in how these are going to be done. For example, I've seen in the US where they would have sections of memorials named after certain people who are philanthropists who donate. So those small token things, if you do this, we will do this and so forth. If you do this, we'll do that. And many other creative ways that we should start thinking of. I've seen in New Orleans, their graves are standing up. It's because New Orleans is built below water levels. So you have to put your grave and the coffin is standing, literally. And those who believe on the second coming, I'm sure they'll say, hey, by the time the Lord comes to collect these people, they'll be so tired of standing. But others will say, no, they are the ones who will answer the call quicker, because it's a matter of opening the door rather than having to lift a 100-kilogram slab on your chest. They'll just move. You go to Jamaica, Kingston, you find the most amazing decorations. It's a guitar here, it's a car there, it's this and that, it's very colorful. But again, the problem here, we have to also solve one other problem. How do we deal with all these things in a society that is so unequal? You can almost tell without coming to that community when they say it's a memorial park. You know, in my village, we don't have a memorial park because we do not even deserve to use that term. Memorial park, somebody is standing next to the gate selling flowers. There is some shelter somewhere, there is water to wash hands and so forth. We just say graveyard because shrubs are somewhere and so forth. You find your way through. Then the second tier might be cemeteries. Then the third tier is graveyards. How do we deal, Ndabezita, with people who still bury in their families? And then they go stay in the cities. They sell their households. And later on, the grandchildren come saying, we want to visit those people, and it's a new owner. How do we deal with the land claims where you can't move because land claims have taken forever? Therefore, you can't do the new zoning and get the new plots. How do you deal with corruption among some of the traditional leaders and civic leaders who will sell any land, even the one that was designated for burial. How do you deal with some of the new leaders who do not have any training whatsoever or induction for land management? They do not know where the grazing place should be. They do not know how you rotate the grazing and you save the other field where the fields should be and so forth. All they know, you cut a piece of land, you just put more and more people, no planning whatsoever. So it's a comprehensive approach. I would have spoken to cooperative governance and the need for complementarity, especially now that we're moving towards coalitions, because those are going to be very, very much important. And ultimately, we have to just work on one basic thing: rebuilding state capacity and professionalizing our public services. Nothing will beat that, whilst we're doing all these other things. But again, as I started by saying, the life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Prof. I am sure that some of the questions that were raised here yesterday are beginning to get responses to them, and are beginning to think, to develop some of those common solutions that need that, what does Prof call it? That IQ. Diversity IQ. Diversity IQ. And boy, do we need that. Thank you so much, Prof. I won't even reiterate what you have said. It is just, we are grateful. I am not shocked. It's what I expected when we invited you here, that you would address the pertinent issues. And I think the 8 points that you have raised are going to give us a lot to digest. And thus, going forward, come up with key resolutions. We now move on. We are going to have a discussion a bit later, but I'm happy that we're doing so well with time. I'm going to call upon Mr. Peter van der Westhuizen from AVBOB. They did not give me the notes to introduce him. I'm going to then ask Peter to please just a brief, besides the name that we know is in the program, what else must we know about you before you address us? Over to you, Peter.
Good morning, ladies and gents. I'm known as Peter. Yeah, I'm the General Manager for Funeral Service at AVBOB. I've been in the insurance industry since 1995. My background is actuarial science. So yeah, that's more or less me. If you want to know more about me, you can Google me. I'm infamous, famous, but that's fine. I actually heard a very interesting story. One of my friends is an engineer, and he was asked to introduce somebody he didn't know, and he used a chat GTP to introduce this person. And after his introduction, the response was, yes, that was the best introduction ever I had on a public stage. So we must make use of these tools that we have. Prof, I must say your speech was entertaining. I really appreciated it. You touched on stuff, and the one thing I learned was that common sense is no longer that common. And strange enough, it sort of links very much into the conversation I would like to have with you regarding crematoria. Now, the one thing I'd also mentioned, and the word was said again, diversity IQ, I somewhat call it respect. we sort of lost respect for each other along the way. I don't know where things went wrong. But if we have respect for each other, we will know that there's different cultures, different opinions, to listen to understand, not to respond. I think we're so entwined in our own worlds that it's all about me. The society is about me, forgetting about other people, talking to other people, trying to understand what it's all about. Now, 3 years ago, I attended your conference in Durban. I think it was 3 years ago. It could be 4 years ago. COVID sort of stole 2.5, 3 years of our lives. And the one common theme there was, over the 2 days, that we need to change our ways of burying, having funerals of people, from burial to cremations, because we're running out of space. Now, I know there was a lot of talk about how do we go about talking to families, that diversity, your culture, your belief is inherent in part of your being. So it's difficult to get people to change to that, but we've got space issues, and there was a lot of talk about crematoria. Now, the one challenge we have is that we as a business want to invest in crematoria. The private sector wants to invest, but there's some silly stuff. Whom of you are from Pretoria and Johannesburg? Okay. So while we say cemeteries are getting full, and while we're saying that there's no more space for cemeteries, the only place in Johannesburg and Pretoria where you can establish a crematorium is in a cemetery. Where's the common sense? It doesn't make any sense to me. We don't have space for crematoria yet. The only space you can establish a crematoria is in the cemetery. Cape Town, we say a heavy industrial area. So we compare a crematorium rather, to a highly industrialized section. And then high industries could be closer to a suburb, but the crematorium must not be closer than 0.5 kilometer to a residential area. Understanding so, there are issues. Now, those of you who read the papers will know we had serious issues in the Western Cape to cremate deceased. Serious issues in the Eastern Cape, dispatch. Many crematoriums crematoria has been closed because of non-compliance issues, because our crematoria are old. The equipment is old. They no longer comply. People need to make changes. But yet when private sector wants to invest, councils, municipality says, okay, we will sign a lease on our cemetery with you, but we will limit it to 3 years. Private sector must invest millions, tens of millions into a crematorium on a 3-year lease. It doesn't make sense at all. So we need to go and have a look. What can we do to change local legislation, change the zoning requirements for private companies to invest? Earlier, one of the speakers said we need to take hands. Private sector and government need to take hands to make things easier and easier. But we are so focused on doing things right, sticking to policy. We don't change policy because maybe there's not the skills or not the will. We rather want to do different things, but we don't do the right things. Focus on processes instead of getting the things right to help our communities. People are staying at morgues for weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get cremated because our crematoriums are not working. But we don't have the political will to change legislation and make land available for private sector to establish crematoriums. Now, how do we solve this? First of all, we need to engage. We can't enter into conversations with municipalities and wait 6 months to a year to get a response on a single letter. That's the time it takes. You invite, guys, we want to invest 10 million rand into facilities. Here's our proposal. This is what we're going to plow back into municipalities. You wait for a response. I can promise you 8 to 12 months. Time passes. How many new crematoria was established the past number of years? How many? Just think of it, how many? We've imported equipment, cremators from the US that compliant, modern cremators. They stored at the harbour now for 4 years. Okay, can't get space to install them for 4 years. Engaging with Ekurhuleni, Swane. So I can tell you the process is painful to engage with government if you want to do something. Firstly, people are not contactable. Secondly, they don't respond. If they respond, the response will say, it's under discussion, we'll get back to you. That's the type of responses we are getting. So this is not a session to lambaste government. Please don't get me wrong, but we need to change things to make things better. We need to understand the problems that we are facing as a community, that we can't give a dignified send-off to our loved ones because we do not have the systems and the equipment and the facilities in place. And we need you to help us to change whatever is limiting us to do what is required to help our communities, whether it's to make more land available for burials, whether it's to make more land available and change our zoning to make it possible to establish crematoria outside cemeteries in Gauteng, if I can call it like that, to look at what we can do in the Western Cape to establish more crematoriums, Eastern Cape, wherever we go. Every council have different bylaws. So maybe there's a thing to say, let's look at our bylaws and the way that we zone our properties, get some national framework on how land is used. You mentioned it earlier. There's no plan. We just decide we cut off this piece of land and we farm here and we build industry here and we build houses next to that. There's no proper plan with regards to that. So I'm looking forward to engage with you guys further. I'm looking forward for the private sector to move closer to government so that we can make it better for our communities. I thank you very much.
Truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, Peter. I guess you hit the nail of the cob on what really needs to be done. We should not hide behind process and make things difficult for the private sector to operate in our spaces and lose on such needed investments in the process. How do we then do that? That's a question then I would like, because these are clear proposals, but I have municipal colleagues here that are going to help us to respond to that. How do we really make this happen? Thank you, Peter, so much for that. Our next speaker, without further ado, I'm excited we're doing so well with time in this cold day. And so that means we're going to have more time on engagements. I'm going to invite the next speaker to the stage that will speak to development and use of the KZN provincial protocol for the establishment of cemeteries and crematoria within KZN, or rather within the KZN urban context. And this speaker is a professional town and regional planner, currently working at the KZN Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. She graduated with her Bachelor of Technology in Town and Regional Planning from the Durban University of Technology. She has worked in the eThekwini Municipality, the South African Medical Research Council, the Umsunduzi Municipality, before spending a decade with the COCTA and based in Pietermaritzburg. Her expertise currently is in developing user-friendly and practical content and planning development issues within KZN. This content includes the provincial protocol for the establishment of cemeteries and crematoria within KZN, a provincial protocol for the coordination and processing of development applications for integrated settlement planning, and a guideline for the development of practical spatial development frameworks, the SDFs, as well as the spatial development plans. Kate also provides administrative and technical support for various intergovernmental relations platforms and task teams across the province on matters and decisions related to planning and development. In terms of overall alignment, Kate is currently the DDM planning champion, supporting the development and implementation of the Umgungundlovu District Development Plan and its one plan. Kate has noted that her two main goals in her profession are to enhance alignment between long-term planning, infrastructure provisioning, and budgeting and capacities, or rather incapacitate various public and private stakeholders on how planning and development impacts on the functionality and sustainability of spaces within the municipality. And Kate has indicated the following quotation when she submitted her profile. And I quote, she says, in the words of Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite and welcome to the stage Catherine Sarabichet.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Greetings to our honorable attendees, to fellow colleagues, all protocols observed. I think the speakers were right. When we given an introduction, we sound more important, intelligent than we may seem in real life. I like the way there was confidence in my introduction when you said Kate, and then when you got to my surname, it all went downhill from there. And I don't blame you. Just before we get into my speech, I'll just tell you a funny anecdote is that, as was mentioned, I've worked for COCTA for over a decade now. And 3 years into my tenure at COCTA, my director had to go to a strategic planning meeting and introduce all of us. And so she went through everybody, this is this person, this is that person, this is this person, that is that person. And then it came to me and it suddenly hit me, I've never actually heard her say my surname before. And so I was interested to hear how she would pronounce it, because you've heard things like Sarababajit and Sarabit. And so I was like, okay, she can do this. I have faith in her. And then she got up and said, this is Kate Sarabich. And I promise you, I'm 10 years at the department and I have not lived that down. So it depends on what kind of day you catch me. I'm either Sarabjit or the other version. So when you go from here today, that's one thing you'll remember is that weird Indian lady with a funny name. So that's who I am. Ladies and gentlemen, as noted, I work for the Department of Cooperative Governance in the province of KZN. Just at the outset, my role, or the role of provincial government, is to support municipalities to develop their capacity so that they undertake their own mandates in the most appropriate manner, bearing in mind compliance with whatever legislation. I was told to click the bottom button. Right. So the purpose of this presentation is to help you as the attendees understand what we have been doing in the KZN province in terms of cemetery support, and how we've been engaging with municipalities so that it may best help you in terms of how you may take this forward. Some of the questions that have been asked is what we have looked at previously, and hopefully you can use the lessons that we have learned to assist you. Right, so I just want to take us a step back. Is when COVID-19 hit, though some years ago it seems like a nightmare, the first thing we noted as government, and when we were placed in lockdown, was that it was a health situation for us. We had to get ahead of the curve. So all the health regulations, etc., kicked in. But then it was, what if we take the route of America? What if we take the route of Italy, where there were large and mass and intense amount of deaths? Do we have the necessary capacities? So they came to us as different provinces and they said, look at your municipalities. Do you have enough space should the worst happen? And we started scrambling because we didn't have that information. Especially as provinces, our role is not generally in terms of supporting municipalities when it comes to cemeteries. We should, but that hasn't been the case because somehow cemeteries are a forgotten subject, not necessarily talked about. We look at LED, we look at disasters, etc., but we don't necessarily look at cemeteries, even though it's an essential service. So we started trying to get onto the phone to people. And what we also found out was that people don't necessarily know who deals with cemeteries in their municipalities. Pick up the phone, you speak to the IDP manager. Who's dealing with cemeteries? We don't know. And you're in lockdown. So it became a scramble to find information. That's at the outset, the most important thing that we learned was that the information on facilities and the information on people who maintain those facilities and operate those facilities was very limited in terms of most of the other municipal structures. So eventually we got what we could get in terms of the information, and what we found in terms of KZN, which is comparatively lucky because we have a KZN Cemeteries and Crematoria Act, which helps municipalities in terms of meet their mandate. Sorry, my laptop decided it wanted to die like about 5 minutes ago, so I'm just going to have to turn this way. I apologize. It hasn't been a great morning. Only around 60% of municipalities within the province at that time had adopted their bylaws. Those that had bylaws in place, though, were having problems with enforcement, either no enforcement or very limited enforcement of those bylaws. In terms of maintenance, there was not a lot of budget. There was not a lot of priority given in terms to funds. If you look at a lot of IDPs, there was sort of a one-line, two-line in terms of fencing and security. For whatever reason, it was always fencing and security, but nothing more than that. Nothing in terms of new additional staff, expansion of facilities, nothing to say the same. Then they came to your policies and your indigent policies or your pauper burial policies that were very limited in a lot of municipalities. Where there were private cemeteries or crematoria, information was very limited when it came to municipalities. You might have 2 public facilities and 3 private facilities, but when you ask the municipality, do they have capacity, what's going on there, there's no information. Least or not, there's very limited information coming to municipalities. Generally, when new sites or the expansion of existing sites are being undertaken by the cemeteries department or your community services departments, they're not talking to other sectors, or they're not being involved in terms of your municipal infrastructure, your technical services, your environmentalists, your planners. So everything seems to happen in isolation, and it's vice versa. When the planners are planning their SDF, etc., they're not generally talking to the other units to find out, where are your services going? Do you have enough? In terms of your SDFs, so SDFs is our bread and butter as planners. It's your spatial development framework. It's supposed to be a long-term plan for all municipalities, indicating how development should happen over time. How is the city going to grow? How is it going to develop? How is it going to diversify? I would say about 85% to 90% of municipalities mention 2 or 3 words, literally 2 or 3 words about cemeteries. They're not generally indicated in terms of these are where our cemeteries are. This is where we plan to have future facilities based on our population growth, based on our population movement. Unfortunately, that's not generally coming through. There's not a lot of forward thinking in that regard. Again, because cemeteries, like landfills, are not seen as an essential service, even though they are in terms of settlement planning. The same thing as I've mentioned with IDPs in terms of budgeting, it's also not an IDP priority when it comes to development, when it comes to imbizos, etc. It hasn't been put on the mark. Then there's burials in non-urban areas. So for us, the landscape of a municipality is broken down into three parts. It's your urban, which is your cities, your towns, your settlements. Beyond that, what we call non-urban is made up of your traditional authority areas and your farmlands. We have information on what's going on in the urban areas. We have details, we have mapping, we have bylaws, we have etc. But beyond that, there's very limited information. And what we're noting is that although what was said yesterday was that a municipality has to govern their entire area, whatever is happening within the non-urban area is not being fed back to the municipality, and they have no response to it. So burials happening in your traditional authority areas are either happening within homesteads or they're happening in communal cemeteries, but that's largely unguided by the municipality. It's being allocated by Amakosi and Nizinduna, but the processes related to that is largely unknown. The same with burials on farmlands. Most of the cemeteries, as noted, are reaching the end of their lifespan, but plans going forward haven't been undertaken. So you as a municipality know that you have limited space. You don't know how much of limited space you have, but you know you have limited space. But you haven't even begun the process of looking for additional sites or expanding your current facilities. So what happens? One day when you look to bury and there's no sites, then you're like, oh no, what are we going to do? So those are the kinds of things that municipalities were existing in. Also, with the development of cemeteries, a lot of municipalities noted to us, look, it's not easy. When it comes to public perception, nobody wants to live near a cemetery. Nobody wants to live around a cemetery. It affects property values. It affects how people look at an area. So, it becomes an issue when we want to develop. However, cities are rapidly urbanizing, massively urbanizing. And so more and more people are flocking towards settlements, either developing informal settlements around it or densifying those settlements. But as noted as one of the yesterday's speakers, is that we're expecting more and more people, but we're not accommodating more and more spaces for burials. And because that urban footprint is being taken up so rapidly by housing, by business, by offices, etc., there's just no more space within that area to actually build these facilities, although they are much needed. Right, so this was a horror story that we learned. What do we do? In terms of the province, we have a SPCHD cluster. We call it the social cluster. It's a very convoluted name. The Social Protection, Community and Human Development Cluster. Right, so at that time it was providing input into the disaster council within the province and within the country. They undertook a resolution to say, COCTA, you have to develop a platform to try and get municipalities to work together, and we did that. We created the Provincial Task Team for Sustainable Planning and Development of Cemeteries in KZN, and it included a number of municipalities, sector departments, including housing, human settlements, health, land affairs, home affairs, SAPS, Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, AMAFA, etc., where we would meet to discuss these specific elements related to cemetery planning and management, as well as how do we take this program going forward, how do we support municipalities. In terms of that, we also noted there's a need for us, because we're COCTA, to develop the capacity of municipalities. Because we're saying to municipalities, hang on, we know that in certain instances you don't have facilities. How are you going to go about putting in these facilities? And somebody would say to us, I don't know, I was just seconded here. When COVID hit, I was just brought here. I'm actually from technical services. I'm an engineer. Or I'm from library services. One instance, I'm from library services. I don't know, I'm just brought here because somebody needed a report done. And so you expecting this person to develop a cemetery, but they don't know how, and they're asking me, and I'm like, well, I'm a planner, I also don't know how. So what do we do? Is there a document out there that says to somebody who's in this position, where's the sort of dummy's guide to developing a cemetery? And there was nothing. I couldn't talk to it. I couldn't find anything. There were bits and pieces all over the place. Saga had wonderfully done a document on the good practice, but that was largely in terms of the general ideas. It wasn't a step-by-step guide. And so we're like, okay, we need to develop something. And so we did, but it was sort of like myself being locked in a room and trying to do this amongst everything else. So it was one woman all alone trying to research this. And it was very eye-opening in terms of understanding the complexities of developing cemeteries and crematoria. But luckily we had a lot of support from our local cemetery managers to input into the document. Cyril was one of them. He sits on our provincial task team as well. So what we did was, we developed the provincial protocols for the establishment of cemeteries and crematoria within the KZN urban context. I'm stressing urban context. The reason why we kept it to urban was because that was the information we had available to us. As I've noted, information in non-urban areas is very limited. So you can't develop a protocol and make recommendations on information you don't have. Not to say that we're not going to do that. That's actually phase 2 and phase 3 of our support to the municipalities. Phase 2 with focus on traditional authority land. How do we support Amakosi and Isinduna to develop their communal cemeteries or their Amatuna? We've kick-started that process with the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders in trying to acquire information on their processes. And the next phase after that is where we're going to focus on farms. And we've already undertaken that process in terms of the provision of provision of service delivery to farm dwellers process the department is running at present. So the target audience for this protocol is most specifically municipalities in terms of what do you do when you have to develop a cemetery. It also guides them in terms of if you're appointing a service provider, this is what you should know when you are appointing them. Don't just blindly appoint somebody and just sign off on the invoices like, oh, you did your work, but then when you go back, they did nothing. So we're trying to give you an understanding of what you need to expect, what you need to focus on when you're doing these things. What it does as well is for the private sector to understand the other side of the fence. So yes, you're complaining, oh, this is taking forever, this is whatever the case may be. Understand the complexities on the other side of the fence so that you can also make steps to either circumvent it, intervene, or whatever the case may be. Right, so the document is, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the document. The document is broken up into a few parts, the first of which is with regards to cemeteries, the guideline for establishing or expanding a cemetery. The first thing is on your bylaws. What is a bylaw? How do you create a bylaw? We are lucky in KZN, COCTA had gazetted standardized bylaws, although it is urban bias at this point in time, so that municipalities could use it as a pro forma when developing their own bylaws, also noting that it's a differentiated approach. You have to make sure it talks to what's happening within your particular area. If it's more rural, if it's more urban, it should reflect that within the bylaws. So why is a bylaw important? How do you develop it? Determining the current capacity of municipalities. When we went out in COVID, the first question we asked is, how much of space do you have for future burials? And it was silence for a lot of municipalities. They just didn't know. Why? Because either new people were brought in or these sites were historical and there was no analysis being undertaken. So what we've done is provide a means or an understanding of how to acquire the information on existing facilities, be it private or public, and how do you calculate how much of space you currently have within your cemetery using GIS information. Determining the future need for cemetery space. What we did was we worked with Stats SA and we provided a step-by-step model to help you using the mid-year population estimates or your MIPE data that's released every year. How do you use that to undertake a basic estimation of what your population growth will be in your municipality in the next 20 years? If you can understand, and I'm underlining estimation, because it doesn't use things like mortality rates, etc. Those things are complicated, and we don't expect you as municipalities, as cemetery staff, to be statisticians. We're just trying to help you to say, if you had to basically look at how much of space you would need, how would you do this? So it gives you a step-by-step guide. How do you estimate your population? And then once you know how many people will live in the next 20 years, you can kind of figure out how many people are going to die, as horrible as that sounds. Once you can figure out how many people are going to die within that period, you can start looking at what the land requirements are. So if you know in the next 5 years, there's going to be 2,000 deaths based on your population estimates and your death rate, you can estimate that you would need about maybe half a hectare or whatever the case may be. That's what you need to aim for in 5 years to have. If you haven't reached that, you're going to have to make alternative arrangements. The identification of suitable sites for cemeteries. What we've done is we've used legislation, we've used policies to give you a checklist of locational requirements. What is required when you're looking for a cemetery in terms of 500 meters away from habitable building, soil content, slope, etc. It's an ongoing list that you could use when you're trying to identify this type of land within your municipality. Our department also has a GIS component to it, and they use this locational requirements in their system. And what they've done is they've identified all land within each municipality that is feasible for the development of a cemetery. Now, this also goes beyond just policy and legislation. It looks at your SDFs and your schemes. It's to say, we shouldn't be putting a cemetery within a nodal area or a priority development area or near it because it impacts on it. Cemeteries are hard edges. When you put a cemetery in a place, you can't develop around it, you can't develop beyond it. It stagnates development in a particular area. So let's bear that in mind. It's not just about soil depth, it's about how your city plans to grow. And you can't expect that facility to block it. It needs to augment it. So that's what we've also brought in. Now, you've identified within your municipality maybe 10 sites that you could possibly use for a cemetery. And I say that with the most forgivingness, because honestly, we've only found like maybe 1 or 2 sites in a lot of municipalities that may be applicable. And that's mainly on private or farmland. So you've identified maybe 10 sites. How do you prioritize those sites for acquisition? You can't acquire all 10. So what we've done is we've provided a criteria-based matrix that municipalities can use based on your circumstances. Is it cost of the site? Is it community satisfaction? Is it public participation? Whatever the case may be. How do you look at those 10 sites and prioritize them in terms of acquisition? How do you acquire those sites? We use PFMA, we give you a rundown. Remember, this is for information purposes, it's a guideline. We tell you the differences between donating land, acquiring private land, acquiring state land, using municipal land, etc. What's the differences between the things? Expropriation is a very, 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 very last resort that you should be using. But we do indicate the pros and cons of each of these types of acquisitions so that it helps you make your informed decisions better. The timing of land acquisition. When should you do it? Should you do it at the beginning? Should you do it in the middle? Should you do it at the end? Municipalities are noting when you do it towards the end, land may have changed hands a number of times. And when you finally get all your ducks in a row, your EIAs in place, somebody sold it to somebody else and they only want to release it to the municipality for 2 or 3 times its market value, which the MFA does not allow you to purchase it at. So when should you do that? Should you do it at the beginning? But then what if you purchase the land and then it doesn't meet all your requirements? Then it's just land, and you've seen that across the landscape. So we try to tell you the pitfalls, yes or no, what's the risk, what's the ramifications of it. The development applications, we spoke about that yesterday. With every development, there's 3 types of applications that are required. It's your NEMA applications in terms of your EIA. It's your water use authorization in terms of the National Water Act, and it's SPLUMA. This is in relation to consolidation, subdivision, rezoning of land. Those are the 3 applications that are required. And we give you a step-by-step indication of what you need to have for those development applications, what needs to be the outcomes, etc. So that when you appoint a service provider, you can identify what they need to do at every step, and you understand why those applications are important. I think it's like that much of the document is just on development applications. Then there's about record management. What's so important about record management? How do you undertake record management? And we had lots of discussions about that yesterday. The tariff structure, we've used City of Johannesburg to give you an idea. If you're a newbie and you have no idea what to do about tariff structures, it gives you an indication of what that kind of tariff structure should be. Why is there a difference between burials in different areas of a cemetery, etc. Then there's on-site renovations. You have a facility, it's not looking so great, it's not really giving off dignity and peace vibes. How can you go in as a municipality and update that area to make the best of what you can make it with the littlest amount of money that you have? Then we help, we provide a section on how to develop policies for indigent and pauper burials or cremations. There is a difference. I think a lot of people are like, oh, but is there a difference? There is actually a difference between indigent and pauper. Indigent persons are those that cannot afford burials, and paupers are those that are unidentified or those who have deceased in the prison system. And so the approach to them is completely different. And what we also look at is cremation. It might not be a fantastic approach, but it will eliminate a lot of backlog in the system, and it will be quicker and cheaper considering the amount that is paid, even though it's recycling graves. Again, we're not advocating anything, we're just providing information so that municipalities can make the most informed decision. Guidelines for mass burials. This was just spoken about this morning by the professor. When we thought we were going to go the route of Italy or New York, DCOG had started circulating guidelines for mass burials. And I remember I was sitting with my 5-year-old and like trying to figure out what do we do, because there wasn't anything specific out there to say, okay, if we had to develop the site, what would be the sort of requirements for such a site? And so I had to really think about it. And as horrible as it may sound, but a mass burial grave has the same characteristic as a landfill site, just because of all the byproducts that's given off it, under it. And so you sort of have to look at it in that regard. And so what we've done is we've tried to hybridize it. And we've used those principles, and we've used the zoning requirements and the environmental requirements to provide you as best as we can with, should the worst happen and you had to develop one of these graves, how do you identify that site? What are the prerequisites for it? How would you undertake those burials on that site in terms of alignment, access to bodies, etc. Then it comes to crematorium. What defining a cremation itself? So I had to watch a couple of videos and figure it out. I know you guys visited it yesterday, but it took me a while, hey? When you try to put your mind and picture it, it's not really a nice thing. But we try to help people, even if it's a counselor, even if it's a layperson, a planner, a technician, whatever the case may be. This document is meant to provide everybody with an understanding of the complexity. So what is a cremation? How do you develop a bylaw for a crematorium? How do you expand or develop a crematorium? So again, it's locational requirements, not just in terms of a cemetery site, but beyond that. If you had to develop it on its own, what are you looking at for a crematorium site? Development applications. So the difference that you have is that NEMA is used for the development of cemeteries. You would take an EIA in terms of NEMA. However, with a crematorium, you would have to use NAMAQA, and that's the Air Quality Act. And that application would be made in terms of that specific act, not NEMA, but it's very similar. Handling and disposing of cremation remains. What are the different opportunities that there are internationally and locally when you handle those remains? and the upgrading of existing crematoriums. What we spoke to a lot of municipalities, and I'm hearing it now as well in our engagements with everybody else, is that a lot of our facilities keep breaking down. We've got an example, Pietermaritzburg Mountain Rise, and perpetually they will keep breaking down. One stack will be up, one stack will go down. You repair it. Same thing will happen the next month, and it goes over and over again. Why? Because these machines are old, and they're using machines that were developed overseas, and you're expecting the parts to be available here. The technology exists to go beyond that, but we're not tapping into it. I mean, there's companies that have now started developing CREM units within South Africa that we should be looking at. We give you ideas, gas, electric. How do you work on that? How do you use the technologies that are available, etc.? Again, it's information that you could use to inform your decisions. Right, this seems to be the important topic of the day, alternative methods. So in our calculation in KZN, within the next 15 years, we will run out of land for a cemetery. There will be no more land in urban areas, within traditional authority areas, within farmlands. Farmlands are a no-no because the agricultural potential is too high. We want to ensure food security. The issue we're having with urban areas, as I noted, is that it's becoming dense, too dense. Everybody's competing for the same piece of land. And unfortunately, what makes land so good for a cemetery also makes it really good for human settlement, for residential developments, for office spaces, industrial hubs, etc. And let's see, one generates revenue and jobs, the other not so much. One can be changed, can diversify, can be multi-use, etc. One, being cemeteries, is a sanitizing use. That's what we call it. Once you go cemetery, you can't go back. You can't develop under it, you can't develop over it, and it's a hell of a problem to develop around it. So there is just no more land. What do? Do we look in traditional authority areas? The problem that we've been having is the Amakosi and Izinduna have indicated you could, but we don't really want to have other people buried in our area. We don't know their families, we don't know their ancestors. This is not necessarily what we want. Those that are amenable said, okay, come, we'll try and find you land. But the issue that you have is traditional authority areas were on marginalized land for a reason. It's to control the population that was put there. So the land that is there is not exactly environmentally good. So we have some 20 things that you have to look at when you're developing a cemetery in an urban area. Now, if you look at the traditional authority area, they can maybe only match 2 or 3 in a lot of cases. Because this land is generally steep, it's made of shale. That's the context that most of these traditional authority areas have. So in 15 years, we will probably run out of land. We can put a bullet on a Band-Aid, well, Band-Aid on a bullet wound, by saying to a municipality like eThekwini, which is quite dense, when you run out of land, start making arrangements with your surrounding municipality so you can build there. Cyril from KCDM, they have developed a regional facility for the local municipalities. But again, Band-Aid on a bullet wound. What do they do when that land runs out? Do you then start doing 2-tier, 3-tier burials? For how long? And this is all barring another pandemic or another natural disaster. Then that 15 years starts to drop. But here we are, when COVID hit, we tried to get ahead of the curve. We haven't gotten ahead of the curve yet. 15 years and we're going to get up and say there's no way to bury somebody's grandmother, but we haven't yet planned. And the issue that we're having is that you can't say, oh, I don't have land, let's go and just identify a site and do it. I've said to you, there's environmental issues. There's applications. An application for a cemetery can take up to 3 years. 3 years. Even if we try to circumvent it somehow with emergency protocols or whatever the case may be, it'll still take you up to 2 years. And you haven't projected for that yet. What do? We have municipalities like Nutu, which is mainly rural in nature. They have 8 months left. 8 months. What do? They haven't planned for anything yet. They haven't identified anything. They haven't acquired land yet. what do you do? So those are the real life instances. And it's not just here in KZN, or with us in KZN. It's here in Western Cape. It's up in Johannesburg. It's in Northwest. It's everywhere. And it's not just in South Africa. It's internationally. Brazil, America, Hong Kong. We provide all of those indications of what's happening in those areas. So we need to start looking at different alternatives. We have to. It's not just we're giving you fact, we're giving our opinion. It is a fact. We will run out of land. And we need to start making arrangements now. Otherwise, we're going to be in the bush come 15 years' time. So as we noted, there's mausoleums that are available. There's amazing examples that are not just these concrete buildings. There's actually examples of they have buildings some 20 stories high, and each floor is meant to look like a cemetery. It's amazing what you can do with fiber optics. You walk out onto a floor. The floor is astroturfing with grave markers in it, with pathways in it. It's aircon, beautiful music. The wallpaper is meant to look like sky. There's beautiful lighting, LED, not from bodies, but from actual LEDs. Those are the kinds of things that mimics the traditional cemetery. But you don't know there's actually bodies above you. There's bodies below you. But those are things that we could look at in terms of mausoleum. It doesn't just have to be a sanitary building with the aircon and smelling like potpourri. There's aquamation that's available. I think you've heard about it, where the body is not decomposed, is processed using water. It's a relatively environmentally friendly process. AvBob has introduced it here in Western Cape. It's not necessarily that quick or more cheaper, but it does allow, which is important, it can fit within an urban context. So if you're in a CBD, it could be in the office building next to you while you're sipping your cup of coffee. In like the next building, somebody is getting and flushed into the system. I know that sounds horrible, but that could be happening. It's because it doesn't generate a lot of noise and effluent from it. So that's an option that could be used in a lot of densified areas, where a lot of these derelict buildings or hijacked buildings can be used for something of more interest and more importance. You're hijacking it for different reasons, but still. Then there's Promethean. So this is still in proof of concept. It's Swedish. Basically, 5 minutes, sorry. Basically, the body is cryogenically frozen and shattered, and the remains, which looks a little bit like dog chunks, I'm so sorry to say, can either be cremated, which is quite rapid compared to the traditional manner, or it could be buried, and the graves are generally shorter and shallower. That's an option, but that hasn't reached our shores just yet. It's still in proof of concept. Then there's a tripod burial. Your body is put into a Hessian bag, buried, shorter grave, and a tree is put on top. As your body decomposes, the nutrients gives life to this tree. You have a forest of remembrance, etc., that you can walk in. Then the last thing is natural organic reduction. This is, it's basically human composting, where your body is put in a hermetically sealed container with some other alternative and additives. And over a 6-week period, your body decomposes. It's then put into a kiln, and ta-da, it's compost that your family can use to put into their rose garden and grow their vegetables. I wouldn't suggest it, but it'll be a new thing about grandma coming to Sunday dinner. It's an option. It is an option, not necessarily palatable, but it's out there in America. There's a number of them that are actually operational at the moment. And then lastly, spatial planning considerations. So what we've noted is that we've got to include this in your long-term planning. So we've tried to indicate to municipalities, what do you need to do when you're developing your SDF and your IDP? What do you need to look at when it comes to scheme regulations? Both in terms of additional uses when it is your typical cemetery, as well as if it's on its own as a site. Could you bring in things like your urban agriculture, etc., where those areas that are not used can be used for alternative purposes? And how else can you diversify the sites? We've also looked at, in terms of a MAFA. I don't know if you have them in your other provinces, but we do in terms of the custodians of the Heritage Act, is what do you do about those historical sites that are no longer being used? can you change its land use? Can you use it for something else? I mean, it's just an overgrown verge at this point that nobody looks at. So could you possibly use it for something else if the last time somebody was buried there was about 100 years ago? Because those are basically draining your resources of the municipality with no maintenance and support on those sites. What can you do? We have annexures to the document itself where we've done district reports for each of the 11 districts in KZN, indicating specifically what policies they have, what bylaws they have, what are their current facilities and their challenges, and what are their future plans. Each of those plans also have recommendations for their municipal structures and their councils to undertake in order to rectify those issues. As I've noted, we have also gone to so we have not just developed this document and said, right, okay, we're just going to park it. We've engaged with what we call action work groups within the province, with other sector departments and principals. We've met with the different municipalities. We've gone to our provincial exco, the Cemeteries Association. We've engaged with other provinces. We've engaged with undertaker associations and AFUPA. We've engaged with Saca, our technical Minimec, where all the MMs sit. Most importantly, the KZN Interfaith Council. So on the issue of alternatives, we noted that it's a cultural and heritage thing. You can't just expect municipalities to do it. And I can't say to you, Cyril, you need to go back and convince your council that you need to look for alternatives. They're just going to shoot you down and laugh at you. So what do? We go to the source. So we met with the Interfaith Council to say, this is the issue we're having. Please go back, talk amongst yourself, look at your scriptures. What does it say? This is the reality of it. You need to start thinking about it now. Once you come up with something, we need to start educating people. Makosi is Induna, the community at large, your church communities, your temple faith communities, whatever the case may be. We need to start doing education drives on how do we change people's mindset so that they can accept these alternatives a little bit more and know that it's coming from you guys, that they're not going against religion, they're not going against tradition. So that's what we've started to foster in terms of our engagements. And then lastly, and the most importantly, is institutional arrangements. We have, as I mentioned, as the speaker has mentioned, I do DDMs, the district development models. And what we've done is we have gone to each of the social clusters where sector departments and municipal managers and mayors sit. And we've said, you need to create a subcommittee of this cluster where on a monthly basis, each district can come and present to you what is going on in their facilities, what are their challenges, what do they need help with? And then you as a district then need to go to the provincial structure and report on that. So we've made it mandatory that all of these elements be brought to the attention of your municipal managers, of your mayors, so that if there's any issues, they need to undertake the necessary interventions on that part. Currently, we have successfully developed a subcommittee of the Amgungundlovu district, where they have been meeting to engage on interventions required for those facilities. So we're trying to create platforms that you as municipalities have to actively speak to people and say, this is the problem I'm having, please help me, give me the budget. And we can monitor those. I'm not going to go any further because I think Salka is going to hit me just now, and I don't want that. So thank you very, very much to Saca and to everybody for patiently listening to me ramble on. I hope that going forward, you can use the lessons we've learned and the hard work we've put in to help you when you are undertaking your necessary decisions and inform the way that you support and develop cemeteries and crematoria within your area, as well as how you consider alternatives going forward. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Kate. Whilst I realized that the time I had set and thought you would be done with has long been exceeded, I realized that your presentation is zooming into some of the solutions and way forward that we should be looking into. So I allowed you therefore to continue. So appreciation goes to this very informative, a discussion document that I think is going to guide municipalities and further encourage engagements where such have not been made. We are now going to take a 15 minutes tea break. The time now is 5 to 11, and but we must be back at 10 past 11. It's 5 to now, and I would like to invite all our speakers to the front so that you can appreciate them, please. Of course, you are. Aha. Thank you, Kasib. Egypt? Oh, yeah, of course. Donate it back. Thank you, Kate.
In 2019, our commitment to sustainable natural resource management led to a groundbreaking first for South Africa. We introduced the process of aquamation, a water-based alternative to flame cremation and a greener alternative for loved ones and the environment. The opening of our first facility in Cape Town brought about a significant change in the way that we will be doing business in the future. To care for the environment is not only the right thing to do, but we no longer have a choice. A decision was made to take our funeral business into the green future. We will expand our aquamation footprint across the country together with other green initiatives. Aquamation is a natural biomimicry process that doesn't emit greenhouse gases or mercury. It uses 90% less energy than flame cremation and has just 1/10 the carbon footprint of flame cremation. With aquamation, as part of our funeral service offering, we give South Africans the opportunity to leave a lasting legacy with a fleeting ecological footprint.
back in, please. We are now at 11:10. Let's please come back and resume our session.
Check, check.
That one's working. Hello. How are you? You good? Okay. So you're going to take the other one? Oh, okay. He likes the one with the yellow. Says it fits his shirt.
We have exceeded our time by 5 minutes for the break, and hopefully we'll make up for the time. May we please settle down so that I can introduce the next speaker. Thank you. We will take two more speakers before we open the floor for discussions. And now I am ready to introduce the next speaker, please. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker will be speaking on grave recycling, making way for change. And the speaker then that will be addressing us has just briefly completed a 3-year diploma in Parks and Recreation Management in 1991 at the Cape Town Institute of Technology and have worked in the Parks and Recreation environment in Cape Town since 1987. She was appointed Cemetery Coordinator in 2007. She's been instrumental in developing cemetery bylaws and policies. The City of Cape Town has 40 cemeteries and 1 crematorium, and she has been instrumental in developing new cemeteries and upgrading the existing ones, and in particular the one in Maitland, to keep up with the demand for 1,200 burials and 700 cremations per month. That's quite a lot of work. I bring back to you none other than Miss Susan Bryce from the City of Cape Town. Susan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for entertaining my discussion today. I'm actually, as you probably have known from the introduction, I work for the City of Cape Town, and my position is the head of cemetery management. And today's topic is a little contentious, to say the least. We've had a lot of speakers that have spoken of the shortage of burial space. We've got a lot of speakers that have spoken quite prominently on the issues relating to culture, religion, and tradition in burial, and how that and those trends are extremely difficult to change. And so change is never easy for anyone. And I'd like to just very carefully take you through a presentation on what we're facing in the Cape Town region, the Cape Town district, as to where we stand with our challenges with critical shortage of burial space, and how we see the future and how we plan to find solutions together with those partners and traditional leaders and religious forums. So thanks for listening, and I hope it's not too long and it will be to the point. Thank you. So just to reiterate, we do have 40 cemeteries. A very large number of those cemeteries have a lifespan of less than 5 years to go. Very few of them have anything more than 5 years, and quite a number of them have less than a year left of vacant space in them. So that's quite a scary thought, in that we in the Cape Town region have to direct people, if they're wanting vacant space, to cemeteries that are a very small cluster of cemeteries that still have that available space. So the 12 active cemeteries aren't necessarily cemeteries that have a large amount of space for vacant graves, but they are actively being used. We have 6 cemeteries, no less or no more, in Cape Town that have a very high demand. The particular split between the cremation option and burial option is worth knowing about, and we deem it that Cape Town region, probably if we include those coffins and those deceased that are going as far as dispatch to be cremated, we are of the opinion and have calculated approximate 40% of our deceased people are being cremated and 60% are being buried. On top of that, 60% demand for private graves, not something that is a public or recycled grave. And that puts a lot of strain on us. 70% of families prefer Saturday, and breaking that trend of not trying to accommodate funerals in the week it was possible in COVID when people were in lockdown and happened to be at home more often than at work. We managed to break the trend and move more towards the weekdays. But now we're back to 70% on Saturday. And with not that wide variety of cemeteries available for vacant graves, we are then overpopulated in the few cemeteries that we have for burial on Saturday, to the tune of some cemeteries taking as many as 60 burials within 4 hours on a Saturday morning. And you can imagine the traffic, the parking, the impact, and so on. So we deem, if we take the number of people requiring immediate burial for the immediate Saturday, we are already in the space this week of telling them, you won't get a burial this Saturday, you'll be accommodated next Saturday or the Saturday thereafter. And that puts a big strain on the industry of undertakers, because naturally they are obviously having to store that body for a period of time longer than the average period that is acceptable to the family. This is just a graph showing more or less the ups and downs. It's very seasonal. In the winter time, we generally get more burials. In summer months, we get less. And so we are teetering on 1,200, 1,100, but very rarely less than 1,000 per month are being buried in Cape Town. We have legislative background, and we obviously do have our cemetery and crematorium funeral undertakers bylaw that was promulgated in 2011. We also have a burial or cremation policy for destitute persons, which was also mentioned by Cocter just in the previous presentation. And so that accommodates paupers and destitutes. We'd call them destitutes rather than indigent. We feel that the destitute title is more appropriate. And then we also have a policy for exhumation and reinterment of human remains, which is applicable. And we've got cemetery administrative processes and guidelines and SOPs. We are currently busy with a policy for cemeteries, which is really what should have been in place before the bylaw took place, but we are presently looking at that in line with a review of our existing bylaw. So getting to the point of my presentation, I think having looked at the critical shortage of burial space, we most definitely are looking at ways and means of encouraging the reuse, the recycling, and making way for change in our cemetery environment. The bylaw is obviously due for review, and one needs to really look right up to that level to find ways of changing and adapting that space to enable us and enable communities to think differently and to be permitted to consider alternative burial options. We spoke, the previous speaker spoke about processes like cremation, aquamation, which has been environmentally approved and at high level health regulation has permitted it. Other processes of body decomposition and composting and those things haven't unfortunately been approved at that high level. And so one needs almost to take it from the ground up and get the regulations to change before one can start opening the conversation about a proposed alternative that hasn't yet been legislatively agreed upon. COVID-19 has definitely impacted everyone, and it has resulted in Cape Town in the last 3 years of almost double the amount of burial space being taken up. Multiple burials of paupers and unidentified and unknown and unclaimed bodies are being buried to approximate numbers of 50 per month in the City of Cape Town's cemeteries. The regulation of coffins and the materials and the sizes of the coffins used for burial is something that we need to really pin down in our bylaws and policies, because size of coffin is often not necessarily determined by the size of the body. It's determined by the family and the grandeur and the importance of that person. And as a result of taking up the larger caskets and the larger, more expensive variety of coffins, we are in turn not necessarily adhering to the bylaws and looking at space conservation. So exclusive right of burial is quite pertinent to our business. We need, if we're going in the direction of persuading people to reuse graves, we need to have our legalities in our cemeteries correct. We can't be granting access to reopen a grave to a family member that is a distant relative of the first person in the grave. The idea behind the legalities is obviously, previously we used to have just little simple forms submitted every day with a burial, and no one knew who signed that form, and it was supposed to be signed by the family themselves, but no one scrutinized how was that person related to the deceased in the grave. Today we stand here with affidavit requirements for every single variety of grave in the City of Cape Town's cemeteries, because all too often we get challenged by a family member, even the wife of the deceased, saying, how dare the municipality give my cousin the right to reopen my father's grave, when in fact it's not his right to do so. So record keeping again and the legalities in documentation in the cemetery environment raises the levels of competence in your cemetery administration, which is extremely important. Public graves are another variety that we have in Cape Town, which is technically an ability to recycle and reuse a grave, not necessarily for the same family, but for unrelated people. So we have always had a public grave option in our cemeteries, and we've got remarkably in certain communities and certain areas of poorer communities, that is quite a popular option. We get in the Klip Grassy Park Cemetery, we get almost 50% of burials there requesting public graves rather than a private or a berm grave. So we are definitely having those very difficult conversations with planners and with DEDP on the development and establishing of new cemeteries and the upgrading and increasing of capacity of our crematorium and the reuse and the recycling of grave space in the historical cemetery situation. I think the previous speaker spoke of historical cemeteries being reused and repurposed for alternative use. I'm of the personal opinion that where there's room to move towards recycling and reuse of historically used cemeteries for the use, again, for cemetery purposes, and not to change the usage, but simply to continue usage. And we've got remarkable examples of that in the Muslim community, which we will be seeing one of which on our bus tour tomorrow, where the Muslim community recycle legally in terms of their religion every 15 years. And they've recognized a few of their private cemeteries that can be reused and recycled. And they've successfully got as far as doing that and remapping and reorganizing that space, which is remarkable in terms of the term of change. Doesn't want to change. Oh, it is changing. Okay, I missed a slide. There we go. So tariff I skipped a slide. So I think we're also using tariff structures and cost incentives, and not showing too much success, but we do recognize that weekdays, if we could find a mechanism to encourage that to become more popular by reducing tariffs, we might win some of the battle of over congestion and overuse on Saturdays. But having implemented a 25% more on Saturdays and 50% more on Sundays and public holidays, we still have a 70% trend, because that little 25% is negligible compared to the effort they might have to go to persuade their family members to come down, not on a weekend, but actually on a weekday, where they might be forfeiting a day's leave or even a day's wages in the communities we serve. So that is something to recognize, that we need to try and incentivize things, but there's a limit to how much one can, because people will rather pay that little extra and get the luxury of that Saturday opportunity. The choice of burial versus cremation, I said it yesterday to those that went over to the crematorium to view it and to understand the process. We must also understand our industry of undertakers, and with due respect to the undertakers in our midst, we know that profit making is a very big driving force in the undertaking world. We know that certain undertakers would not promote cremation, bearing in mind that it might then not necessitate a very expensive coffin where they make a considerable amount of profit. They know that by doing a cremation, one doesn't need to provide transport to the cemetery for the family. One doesn't have the ability to flesh that out and receive more in profit-making purposes by having that funeral in the church first and then in the cemetery afterwards. A cremation would naturally be done independently and not necessarily witnessed by the family. So the profit-making opportunity in undertaking is less if one goes the route of cremation, albeit that we may compare prices of private graves with a cremation and they're more or less the same price. The rest of the service is less in terms of its ability to profit. So I wanted to make that known to people, that we have that need to engage the stakeholders, and that our stakeholders are undertakers more often than the actual communities they serve. We always have that in between. There's a lot of room to improve our ability to speak to the community themselves and in their religious sectors, in their communities, through their sub-councils. But there is often a need to engage undertakers, stonemasons, and the industry at large. We have introduced the above ground burial options that were spoken of in a simple way, in a very basic way in Maitland Cemetery. Sadly, the opportunity to use all of these crypts up, there were 144 crypts that were built in 2010, same year as the 2010 World Cup. And it was environmentally approved by 2012. And today I can only say that 10 of those have been reserved, pre-purchased of those crypts, and a mere 2 have been occupied. So we've got room to encourage people and engage traditional leaders and engage religious groupings and find ways of marketing this concept in a different way to encourage people that could be done to those that aren't necessarily opposed. So oh my gosh, I haven't been showing the right pictures. So that's our mausoleum with some niches that were also built. Some of them, as I said, have been occupied and others have been reserved or pre-purchased. Then we've got the variety of niches in our cemeteries, and We've also got the old variety of graves where no one gets reinterred any longer because most of them have got 2 coffins in each grave. I think as a city and as a community, we need to look at these opportunities to hold the families accountable for the maintenance of these graves and to encourage them to continue to reuse those graves, because that's where our recycling is happening, because that's permitted by the family themselves. It's not us forcing the families to do anything different. And otherwise our cemeteries become dormant and not being used. Some more ideas. We've got bench opportunities. We've got tariffs that allow for trees, memorial benches. And I don't know very much about it, but there are lovely nature walks on the edges where one observes the whales in Hermanus. There's pathways being memorialized in the name of persons of interest or persons of family loved ones. And we've got so many opportunities with cremated remains and memorialization that we've never really publicized well enough to encourage people in that direction. So I feel strongly that we need to make those things happen more regularly to popularize the idea amongst those that are accepting of the cremation options. So often I've engaged families and they've said, we actually don't know what to do with Mom's ashes. She's still in a box at home. We haven't got to a point with a family to decide, what are we going to do? And why? Because that makes it less popular an opportunity to families if we're not giving those ideas over to them and saying, how about this or how about that? So sustainable cemetery management is the key to success in the long term. The city's 40% opting for cremation. We've still got leaps and bounds to go. The 40% that are cremating represent 5 rugby fields per year. 5 hectares of land is being saved by those that do cremate. And so with respect, we need to encourage that and explore opportunities to cross-subsidize, because when one cremates, one doesn't occupy space in a cemetery. And the people responsible for cemeteries, therefore, are not having to create more space, more land availability for that sector of our community. So I'm of the position that we should be looking at cross-subsidization. As the previous AVBOB speaker spoke about the opportunities given to private sector, I applaud that. I think we need to partner and consider and publicly put out to tender if there is an opportunity available to private sector to develop rather than the cities. We will always be the ones to dedicate our time and space to those that are on the poorer side of the community. Sadly, by giving opportunity to private sector to develop, that doesn't come with a cross-subsidization of the industry with the city. And so that means that those private sector cemeteries and crematoria would naturally be asking a higher price. For example, all of the Muslim private cemeteries are asking a higher price than the city cemeteries. So that's just a mere example of the religious community and how much they have to spend on maintaining their cemeteries results in a higher price for their graves. So we have to move with the times. We have to respect and be cognizant of everyone's traditions and cultures. And in doing so, explore avenues that encourage different directions where possible. Our crematorium is operating 24 hours, 5 days a week, and Saturday half day. And we're exploring the opportunity to extend those hours to 7 days a week, 24/7. We're looking at providing opportunities for cremated remains even in parks, not just cemeteries. Okay, so challenges. This is my last slide. The City of Cape Town has recently encountered an increase of the paupers, unknowns, unidentified and unclaimed bodies from forensics. These are recommended for burial, incidentally, not for cremation. As much as COCTA may suggest or persuade us otherwise, we know how frequently families come back, not knowing their brother or father has died in circumstances beyond their control, and having to exhume those bodies at a later date to bury in dignity back home or in a preferred cemetery. So we're very cognizant of that, and we do accommodate pauper burials, and we do not cremate paupers in the City of Cape Town. The solutions that we also suggest is that private sector cemeteries quantify their capacity and share that information with us. Previously, day one, we had a speaker questioned about how do we know what the capacity of burial is in certain areas of the city and country if we don't get that information from private sector. So that is very important to take cognizance of. And expansion of existing cemeteries, densification, which is happening throughout our cemeteries in Cape Town. We look at every opportunity to close roads and pathways within cemeteries and create opportunity for densification. Cost incentives, as we previously spoke about, public awareness and public consultation is the key to going forward and looking at the recycling and reuse of cemeteries in the future. So that's all for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Susan. You can do better than that. That's a lived-in experience and practical and really being laid bare as it is for us to learn from and then come with solutions. I will now, without further ado, call the next speaker who will be presenting to us online whilst the colleagues are getting the speaker ready. Cyril, for our panel discussion, the 4 chairs will be there, right behind that banner. So if you can coordinate that, so that after after Dr. Rag is done, then we move straight to the speakers coming forward. The next speaker will be speaking on social justice and cemetery systems, some reflections from Europe, and she is a reader in social policy at the University of York, UK. She is a research fellow who routinely undertakes contemporary policy analysis, principally in the field of housing. She has since 1987 been active in researching the history of policy of disposing the dead in the UK and globally. She's an honorary vice president of the Institute of Cemetery and Crematorial Managers. She's particularly interested in the ways in which communities make decisions and on how to dispose the dead and how leading rationales change over time. She has published on the ways in which initially erroneous understanding of the causes of disease led to creation of cemetery management as a science. Graves were designated, or rather designed to absorb the supposed toxic emanation from decomposing bodies, and cemeteries were ordered to minimize impact on public health. In publishing on the history of burial in the UK in the 19th and 20th century, she has charted the operation of the highly arcane burial acts, defined the declining influence of the Church of England as a principal burial supplier, and outlined the rise of cemetery management as a distinct profession. Dr. Rag, as I'll be introducing her shortly, as I'll be presenting her shortly, is also published, or rather has also published on the intersection between cemetery tourism and heritage. She is editor of the Routledge series, reviewing funeral practice in different countries. Texts have been produced on England, Wales, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Serbia, Russia, and Portugal. This year, she has revised the published Cemetery Research Group website, which includes a fully interactive bibliography. And there is an online link taking us there. Dr. Rag has done recent work on how it might be possible to distinguish between distinct cemetery systems in each nation state. Attending the second Pan-African Cemeteries Crematorial Conference in 2019 has provoked a strong interest in the challenges facing cemetery management in African nations. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Julie Rag from the University of York. She will be presenting online. She's not live yet. Okay, I will then leave it to my colleagues to facilitate. Whilst that is happening, who is responsible for calling her? It's a pre-recorded. It's pre-recorded. It's not live. Okay. Let's give it a minute. Okay, thank you. But do we need a table? There. Just chairs. Their conversation. Oh, they want to make notes. Okay, sure. Are you sure? Okay. Next season. Then we'll need a fourth chair.
Really sorry that I'm not with you. The last time we met, I talked about the notion of cemetery systems, and that visit's prompted me to give the entire issue further consideration. So today, I want to talk about social justice and cemetery systems. But first, let me just revisit the notion of a cemetery system. And here, I'm talking about the way in which disposing the dead is organised within a single nation state. It's discussing the entirety of the system. In all places, dealing with the dead sits within higher level frameworks relating to planning, environmental health, and other controls that relate to infrastructure projects. And these contexts also relate to generalised presumptions about the role of the state in delivering that infrastructure. So across Europe, it's generally the state that local authorities and state governments take control of those kinds of services, but in America, the private sector has a much bigger role to play. But leaving that broader context to one side, a cemetery system will generally include multiple ways of dealing with the body. And this includes all the ways in which it's possible to bury the body in terms of different kinds of location and different modes of owning and managing land where burial takes place. But also cremation is a majority option in many countries throughout the world. But it's worth here stressing that cremation is a process and not an end point. Cremation renders the body into ashes, and in most countries, ashes are often buried either in the ground or in above ground loculi within cemeteries. So I'm not unhappy with the notion of using the term cemetery system. But for reasons of space, I've not kind of mentioned here some of the emerging modes of disposal, such as alkaline hydrolysis and necrocomposting. These are really quite small scale in operation at the moment. Take-up might change over time, I know. Almost all nation states will have cemetery systems that are a kind of mixed economy that includes some or all of these modes of disposal. And ownership patterns will vary substantially, with the private sector, municipal authorities, churches and faith groups and charities all having some level of involvement. And for me, it's really important to recognise who owns particular services. Ownership defines the relationship between the user of the service and the service supplier. And that might, broadly speaking, be either a citizen taxpayer using a state-provided service as a right, or a consumer purchasing from a private rented sector supplier as a customer. These are two completely different kinds of relationship, and that's a point I'm going to revisit a bit later in the paper. The cemetery system will also have distinctive spatial, material, and temporal features that reflect cultural preferences and religious imperatives. Depending on where you are, burial spaces and cremation facilities will all look very different, and they might even look different within a particular country as well. So, all in one bundle, modes of disposal, ownership patterns, and distinctive spatial, material, and temporal features, all of these together make up a cemetery system. And drawing all the information together we need to understand the cemetery system in its entirety within a nation state allows us to think, puts us in a better position to think more strategically. And it also puts us in a better position to judge whether that system's working in its entirety. But to do that, we need some principles to guide evaluation. And in my view, we should judge cemetery systems by applying the concept of social justice. And there are 5 elements to social justice in cemetery systems. So first, a right to expect that, following death, all bodies are treated with dignity and respect. That is a human right to a decent funeral. That means that bodies are buried or cremated in accordance with known cultural preferences in clearly marked locations. And it's really interesting. I've been spending a lot of time looking at cemetery systems throughout the world. It's interesting that very few have enshrined this right in legislation. The right to a decent funeral creates resource implications and a planning obligation to ensure that provision's always available commensurate with need, and not every place is really willing to meet that obligation. The system should be democratically accountable. That is, the people who use the service should have a say in how it's delivered, and that all practices should be subject to scrutiny. A lack of effective scrutiny means that service failures can be hidden. Certainly in England, we lack an independent inspectorate for cemetery and crematorium services, which means that we've had some scandalous lapses in management quality, and these have been overlooked in some cases for years. There should be equality of access to provision regardless of income. That is, facilities shouldn't just be available, they should also be affordable. So one reason I think for the unpopularity of residence burial, for the popularity of residence burial, is that it's free. Even lower cost municipal options may well be affordable to some people. The system should also include right to religious expression. People's beliefs are reflected in their funeral practices, which means that our services should be culturally sensitive and inclusive. And finally, cemetery systems should absorb no more than a fair proportion of natural resources, resources such as land and energy. We can't allow the dead to crowd out the living. The system has to be sustainable and strive to be carbon neutral. We have to meld social justice with environmental justice. Now, as you can imagine, the application of these principles throws up many challenges. Taking separately, each of these principles is a substantial ask and calls for resources that might not readily be available. The application of these principles becomes even more challenging when we see that there might be conflict between some of these elements. But I still think that social justice should remain a constant aspiration when we're in cemetery management. Some cemeteries, some countries, they're clearly moving towards higher levels of social justice. They're thinking really actively about aspects of inclusion, and they're thinking about their roles that they need to play in terms of carbon neutrality. In other places, actually, they're stepping backwards. The whole of the system is becoming less just, if anything. But I want to comment on 3 challenges that I think are particularly pressing in the South African context. And these are squaring cultural sensitivity with sustainability, achieving transparency in governance, and securing equality of access in a radically unequal society. And I'm really going to stress, I want to comment on these things from a European perspective. When it comes to policy, there's always some advantage to comparison. And that's not to judge one thing against another, but it's to see what common problems we all have and the kind of solutions that we can share. I also can't speak from full knowledge of the cemetery system in South Africa. I'm drawing really heavily on the 2016 Saca report, Good Practices in Cemetery Management, which I expect might be some way out of date, so apologies for that one. So thinking first about cultural sensitivity and sustainability, looking from, as an outsider, looking at the South African system, this appears to be the strongest challenge. Here, we appear to be pitting two immovable forces against each other. The claims of the planet are undeniable. The fires raging in parts of Europe at the moment are testament to global warming that reflects our willingness to overconsume massively the planet's resources. Cemetery systems have to move towards a state of carbon neutrality, which means a reduced consumption of energy and the use of renewable energy sources. And in Europe, we're having really intensive discussions about how to move away from gas-powered cremation and towards the use of renewable electricity sources. Cemetery systems must also be sustainable. That is, that we shouldn't consume resources that can't be renewed naturally. And that includes the consumption of land. And here we run into acute difficulties. Where we have systems of perpetuity burial, then our consumption of land literally, it has no boundary. It's necessary to arrive at a system of disposing the dead that doesn't commit a resource for an indefinite period. But we have a problem. Our cemetery system can't run counter to cultural sensitivities. And this is one of the few local government services, I think, that has to sort of put together scientific principles and religious imperatives, and sometimes those are really difficult to square. We know, obviously, the grave carries significance, massive cultural significance. It's the place where the dead are honoured and protected. And for many people, burial and cremation, as well in some religions, has spiritual significance, ensuring a beneficial outcome for our ancestors and for the families left behind. However, pursuing a policy of perpetuity burial, one body in the grave with no prospect of grave reuse, we know it's innately unsustainable. Land becomes scarce, and we create a burden of maintenance that's impossible to carry. Alternatives may not be palatable. In Europe, we routinely bury families together in a single grave that's got sufficient depth to allow for separation between burials. But this system is challenged by growth in the Muslim community, which favours single interments only, so consuming land at a higher rate. So this is a policy concern that certainly we're looking at in many countries throughout Europe at the moment. Cremation is not always regarded with favour. And I wonder if this is linked in part with the belief that this is somehow a final process. But cremation is not a disposal option in itself. Cremation produces cremated remains, and families can then make decisions about what to do with those remains. Some countries, like Germany and parts of Scandinavia, have really strong regulations about the ability to scatter remains. They must always be buried in a particular location. In the United States, cremation is almost always regarded as a precursor to formal burial in a family grave or in memorial niches. But it's interesting to reflect on the experience of the UK, because cremation, it wasn't a majority of option until the 1960s. And the big uptick came when we changed the ways in which we talked about cremation. So the Cremation Society of Great Britain, who'd up until this time really been concentrating on the science.
Um, not working. Okay. Okay, we are back on. Can we please keep it quiet for the online video recording presentation? Sure.
Points of cremation. Realise that people need consolation when it comes to funeral practice, and the science was offering very little in the way of consolation. So instead, it really refocused its attention on the kinds of landscapes that were being created by cremation, the beautiful gardens of remembrance that were surrounding crematoria throughout the UK. And in concentrating on the gardens and thinking about how cremation was creating these beautiful gardens, it created a different kind of mindset around cremation, and really sort of underlined that sort of feeling that we need consolation. And gardens in the UK certainly are very much a consolation in our culture. But now the rhetoric's shifted again, actually. It's interesting. Cremation now is often taken up on the basis that we have a lot of freedom in the UK about what we do with cremated remains. We can decide for ourselves. We can take those cremated remains home. We can leave them at home. We can have them on the mantelpiece. We can put them in the garden. All of these things are possible that wouldn't be remotely possible if we were thinking about an actual body. No adverse environmental impact at all. And I know that residence burial is a really popular thing in parts of Africa. In particular, there's a lot of publications actually about residence burial in Nigeria. And there are really big concerns about the impact of residence burial on environmental health, on watercourses. It's not being monitored. It's very difficult to sort of establish where there might be public health implications. And actually, there's also been a report about how it impacts on property value, so that's also something else to consider. But there's no similar issue when cremated remains are buried. They're innately portable and they can move around with families. But if cremation is not regarded as palatable, then we must think about making burial more sustainable. As I've said, some cultures insist on perpetuity burial. But in actuality, there can be some flexibility around this issue. So in the last couple of years, I've been thinking really hard and researching the theology of burial in lots of different cultures. And it's certainly the case that in the last 20 years or so, there's been increasing flexibility about how we can accommodate certain practices given the pressures that we have in terms of the environment. The environmental imperatives are encouraging a degree of compromise. So in particular, we start to see flexibility around the notion that the grave should be assigned for all time. In some places, Muslim imams are accepting that grave space is only really needed for the time it takes for the body to fully decompose, and after that time, it should be possible for the grave to be used again. We can't allow the dead to make a claim for land for all time. A second element I want to talk about relates to governance and transparency. It's an essential Bartolopili principle that the delivery of local government services is democratically accountable and decisions made about services are subject to scrutiny from the people using them. However, there do appear to be problems with governance in South Africa. A lack of resources to sustain cemetery infrastructure, maintenance, administration, record keeping, security, all of these lead to a lack of confidence amongst the people that are using the service. Simply stated, people may not feel that the dead are safe where cemeteries are unkempt and subject to vandalism and theft. It's notable there's very little resistance to using some of the bigger private sector cemeteries that are now operating in South Africa. But turning to the private sector isn't necessarily the best answer. And it's possible here to learn from other places on this front. Private sector ownership is common in North and South America. But in Europe, it's very commonly the case that regulations are in place to control who owns cemetery and crematorium services. And for the most part, it's only municipalities or charitable trusts can be owners and managers. And this is for good reason. Where facilities are publicly owned, it's easier to define the user of the service as a citizen with a right to decent burial. A highly financialized cemetery system recreates the user as a customer. That sounds good. It sounds like there's going to be more choice, and that sounds like a good thing. But the market tends not to hold things in balance. We know that where natural resources are limited, people with more money always consume more than a fair share. That's kind of how markets work. Also, highly financialized systems are not transparent or accountable to anybody but business owners and shareholders. We know, I've researched sort of burial practices in lots of different parts of the world. We know that the right money paid to the right official means it's possible to sidestep planning requirements. There'll be a tendency to maximize revenue by increasing consumption opportunity, and all that starts to run counter to progress towards a zero carbon cemetery system. The third thing I want to talk about is around equality of access, because a reliance on the market to solve problems in the cemetery system also means that the cemetery system starts to fail on the point of equality of access. Services should be affordable. A highly financialized system creates inequality in that there'll be people who simply don't have the money to pay. The price points tend not to travel all the way down the social spectrum. And one consequence is then that the state then does have to deal with residual need. And this kind of service is invariably underfunded and under-resourced. And in those circumstances, the user's not a taxpayer, the user's not a consumer, they're a charity case or they're a supplicant. They don't have any agency or choice in how their remains are treated. So ironically, in the UK, policy around this pulls in two different ways. Where a family is unable to meet the cost of a funeral, they can apply for a funeral expenses payment through the benefit system. And this is a deliberately degrading system. Forms ask intrusive questions about relationships between family members. And even when the payment's made, it doesn't cover the entire cost of the funeral, and families are often left in debt. The second kind of option is that when no one's available, if somebody dies alone with no family, or there's no one in the family at all who can afford to pay for the funeral, then local authorities take responsibility, and arrangements are made under our public health regulations. But it's interesting to me that in this area of work, cemetery professionals are working to create good practice in delivering that public health funeral in a dignified way. A simple funeral service is held, family members can attend, and indeed some families on very low incomes are actively seeking this option. And it's interesting too that some local authorities are seeking to develop their own funeral directing businesses in order to generate profit to offset the costs of delivering their services. But I can't help feeling that an alternative system, an alternative approach might be to include cemetery and crematorium costs within our local taxation system, which is the case in parts of Europe, in parts of Scandinavia, for example. So I want to draw some conclusions. It seems almost wrong in a way to talk about social justice and cemetery systems in locations where there are difficulties in meeting basic human needs and where elements of infrastructure, housing, sanitation, transport are lacking. Recent research on Russia, for example, has been really interesting, and it's found a system is fallen down entirely, where there's a reliance on kind of do-it-yourself culture, even in the provision of land for burial. Social justice is difficult to achieve where there are problems in delivering government at a local and national level, where corruption is an issue and where there's a distrust of the authorities. We can all aspire to social justice, but I've seen that throughout the world, every country faces two compounding factors that come from outside the system entirely, and that's the intervention of the global market and increasing population pressure. Across the world, investors see funeral consumption as a very profitable market. In the US, a handful of such companies trade on the stock exchange, and that's the same in parts of Asia too. In the UK, the intervention of commercial investors into the crematorium business has led to an overall rise in the cost of cremation. So I think 9 out of the 10 highest cost crematoria in the UK are private sector crematoria. Without effective controlling regulation, excessive financialisation of cemetery and crematorium services is inevitable. Second, we all face increasing population pressures. The delivery of a culturally sensitive service becomes more problematic where population density is intense and there's no space for the dead. In these circumstances, the dead have started to kind of dematerialise. So in some cities in China, for example, families are encouraged to cremate and then scatter the remains at sea, leaving no physical marks at all. In the last couple of years I've spent looking at cemetery systems, it's clear that every system is dynamic. We think that some cultural systems, religious elements are immovable and unchangeable when they're not. Funeral practice is always in flux, but not always for the same reason. Now it's the case that environmental pressures mean that some attitudes will have to change. Cemetery managers have to help society come to terms with these changes. We need to find new ways to offer consolation and work with people rather than imposing regulation and restrictions from above, however well-meaning. Cemetery and crematorium management faces difficult challenges, but personally, I'm always encouraging. Managers are actively seeking solutions and sharing best practice. In the 1930s, UK cemetery managers were right at the forefront of creating an ethical code of conduct, which still guides cremation practice. Perhaps cemetery professionals now can also be proactive, ensuring that principles of social justice guide their activities today. So I want to finish there, but my final slide, this is the publication. If you want to go and read the publication, that's available there. Also, there is a website, if you want to go and look at the website. I've been working really, really hard to make this website hugely globally inclusive. It includes lots and lots of research relating to new publications around African funeral practices. So please do also go and have a look. I'm very happy to answer questions in writing. So if you want to sort of write questions, send them into Nisha, then I'm really happy to answer those. Thanks very much.
Thank you. May we restore the lights, please? Great. Thank you very much. And Dr. Rag is throwing another dimension into an already sticky topic. And yeah, it's a tough one, definitely. But we are here to try and solve the problems to the best of our ability. And so that's exactly what we're called to do. I will now invite Prof. Fikeni to come forward. Mr. Van der Westhuizen, Ms. Kate, Susan. Unfortunately, we're unable to get to send questions to Dr. Raggs, right? Yeah, but I'm sure, having understood what she was saying in the context of the earlier presentations, we will be able to respond to such questions. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now, we started off doing well on time, but we're not doing so well at all. We have a presentation that is going to be online at 1:15 live from India. So, so we have this panel discussion and lunchtime between that presentation. So, can we please then be mindful of time? I'm going to allow for questions. Kindly indicate to whom your question is directed. Make it concise as possible. They've already done the speeches, so we just need interaction in terms of what they've raised. So I will start on my right-hand side. Do I have any questions on this side? May I see raised hands from the earlier presentations? Going once, going twice, gone. Oh yeah, no, I was on my right. Then the middle, I have one there. Just hold on, your number one, Mam Ghana. On this side, you're number two. Number three. It looks like I have only 3 questions. Very concise and clear presentation, I suppose. You should, Councillor Kekana.
Thanks, Program Director. Let me greet to all as protocol is observed.
Hold on just a bit. My apologies for interjecting. These are questions for clarity as well as discussions.
Yes.
So that if we have solutions that we're proposing, we take that opportunity to give them. But no presentations, please.
Thanks, Program Director. Program Director, it is not a presentation, but due to presentations that we have received, which are very much of assistance to us, especially when we don't have, because some of us are coming from smaller municipalities. I'm Kunjuzwa Eunice Kekana from Dr. Beyer's Nodier, which is Grafrenet, the amalgamated municipality. Program Director, it is of great importance for me noting what is supposed to be of assistance. We have, and I come from an area where I will openly say, we don't have sites to bury people because the numbers are increasing every day and COVID-19 has caused also a lot of damage. But from the point of the presenters and Saca, because most of the time we don't have specialists in our municipalities to attract people who are specialists in these fields. How about saying, Saca, you champion to ensure that the municipalities, when we talk about all these policies, all these laws that have been mentioned here, that you come closer in assisting the municipalities and have a checklist when their IGPs are coming in. Are they talking to cemeteries? And what mode are they going to use in order to ensure that as we are gathering some challenges on pockets of land, but what other issues they are having? But I think it also says that now it's time that we need to engage. Professor has made it clear. Apha sithetha ngezinto zamasiko at times, how our tradition is, and how then we are to deal with our communities on matters that talk to the culture and also to the way forward as it has been mentioned. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 2. Number 2 is right here.
Good morning. I have 2 questions or clarity that I need. My name is Pinyo Pati. I'm from Mimba Municipality. The first one, I think.
I'm sorry, I did not hear a thing.
Penyo Party from Midval.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
My first clarity that I need is from, I don't know if it's Peter, no? Earlier on you spoke about that you guys are struggling to make relationships with municipalities in terms of if you want to have a crematorial in any municipality, they give you 3 or 4 years to 5 years leases or MOUs. I just want to know what is the ideal partnership that you want to have with municipality, what will work for you guys, so that we as a small municipality, we can see on how we tap on the resources that you have and see if that relationship will work for our municipalities, okay? And then the second question, I'm gonna need advice from Susan, from City of Cape Town. You spoke about recycling of cemeteries. And you use the Muslim ones that after 15 years they recycle and so forth. But obviously that will speak to the record keeping of municipalities, because most of our cemeteries, obviously, different religions have different beliefs. So I just want to know that in the 15 years, if for example we say it's a family grave, we can recycle it in 15 years time. Do we then go 6 feet under, or do we still go 8? And then the other advice that I need is that if we have to redo our bylaws, will it be a bad thing if we make that every because of space, every grave that we dig, it must be 8 feet standard. We no longer do 6 feet, knowing that then maybe those can be public graves in the future, or if need be, because people do 6 feet because it's cheaper, and then after a couple of years, they will still want to reopen the 6 feet. So will it be a bad thing if we make 8 feet standard, that every grave that we touch must be 8 feet? And then just one last thing. On the 40% of cremations that you do you perhaps have numbers of how many people take the ashes home and how many they leave in the cemetery of the 40% that we say they cremate? That would explain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My questions are going to be directed to Mr. Peter, but I'll be glad also if any of the presenters there can assist. I know when discussing the challenges facing the establishment of the new crematoriums in the funeral industry, it's crucial to ask critical questions that can stimulate the meaningful discussion and provide insights into the key issues. So I'm going to categorize my questions under this.
Go.
Under the regulatory challenges, how do these regulations vary across different regions or countries? And how does this impact the industry? Number 2, under environmental impact, what efforts are being made to ensure that crematorium operations are environmentally sustainable? And still under that, are there any technologies or practices that can minimize the carbon footprint of cremation? Number 3, community and cultural considerations. How do cultural and religious beliefs affect the acceptance and establishment of crematoriums in certain areas? What strategies can be employed to address these cultural and community concerns? Under public perception and education, how can the industry improve public awareness and education about cremation as a viable option for end-of-life services? What can be done to dispel these myths or misconceptions surrounding cremation? And the last one, infrastructure accessibility. What solutions exist to address these accessibility issues? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, it looks like more of the questions are coming to you, and Susan is definitely going to come in. But feel free, my panelists, to come into the 3 questions. You go first, Peter.
I'm giving to you. I'm giving to you.
There he comes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's start just with the last question. I want to start, and I'll work my way through to your question. Yours is the more simpler question. There are a few tough ones that side. Okay, so firstly, if we make cremations more available, if we can market cremations to our communities as a viable option, firstly, we must have more crematoria. So it goes back to what Susan has said. Yes, we want to do cremations, but currently, even if we push it, we can't do it because we don't have enough crematoria. It's as simple as that. So we can go and sell it, we can talk to the communities, it takes time. I mean, I can tell you now, 40 years ago, white Europeans didn't cremate. We didn't cremate. It wasn't something it was religiously acceptable. It wasn't. But over time, more white people start cremating. The problem now is not so much the push to get people to cremate, is what do you do if more people ask for cremation? Because you can't deal with that. You don't have the capabilities of that. So communities need to understand that there's no more space. So let's start with your question. How do we sell this to communities? There's no space. We saw it. It doesn't help. We keep on saying, yeah, but traditionally our culture doesn't allow for burials. The fact is there's no space. We can keep on talking and say we need to be sensitive, and I heard what the prof say, we need to get buy-in from people, telling them there's nothing wrong with it. I understand that part of diversity, understanding the diversity, that fire in some cultures are not acceptable as a way to get rid or dispose of the body. And that's why there's processes like aquamation. You've asked about environmentally friendly options. It was mentioned by a number of the speakers. It's resumation, aquamation, which we use water to dissolve the body and dispose of the human remains. It's better than cremation, there's less emissions. But also technology has moved on. I mentioned in my presentation that we have imported new technology that's much more environmentally friendly than it was a number of years ago. It complies to emissions or the emissions legislation. So there are options. Cremation is not perfect. I can tell you now, I don't think there's any perfect solution to the disposition of human remains. There isn't. You will impact the environment. What you can do is to make it better, to look at your options, what is available, to make your cremation emissions better, that there's not so much carbon going into the atmosphere. So that, I hope that portion answers you. I know you had a few, there was one about the strategies that I'm not sure about the question. I think that was his first question. I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, getting back to you and your and the leases, I can tell you, if private sector doesn't get from the council at least a 10-year lease with an option to renew for another 10 years, it doesn't make commercially sense to build the buildings, to invest in the machines, which is more or less, I can tell you now, just to put in 2 machines is roughly 10 million rand. Then you need to have the operating ability, you need to have electricity, water, all the stuff, and your infrastructure, roads, buildings. And normally after the lease, that goes back to the council. All the infrastructure that the private sector created goes back to the council. So for us, if we do our calculations, we need to have at least a 10-year reasonable rent to make it commercially viable for us to continue with that. That was, I think that answers sort of, I hope it answered your question. I would just want to make sure that I answered your questions satisfactorily. Is there anything else you want to know from me?
I think you've adequately covered them,
Thank you.
and probably Suzanne will then, from experience, be able to kind of address some of the issues. Suzanne, please.
Yeah, so it's just to add on to what Peter's just said. We often look at the emissions of a crematorium with a fine tooth comb and say, how do we make this better? But very rarely do we actually look at the impact of burial on the groundwater and the impact of taking up more and more space of productive land, possibly farming area, potentially better for alternative uses. So we mustn't focus on one alternative and not on the other. And I still believe there's quite a lot of research needs to be done into the impact of soil and the quality of our water table from impacting it by burying and continually to do so over a period of time. Then I'm not sure which of the questions where it came from, but there was a suggestion of the 15 years. I think just to clarify on the religious Muslim community, they are able to reuse their own graves after 15 years, but the two examples of cemeteries that they've recycled have actually already been in existence and last used in the 1930s. So it's not a 15-year turnaround. It's that long ago that these pockets of land had been buried in by their community because they were adjacent to mosques and they were said to be full. And they have recently applied for consent to continue to use that space. Most of the graves weren't memorialized. In the tradition of Muslim communities, they rarely actually use full monumentals on their graves. And so hence, one couldn't determine where anyone was buried necessarily. There wasn't a map or a plan of their graveyards. Many of these were quite small pockets of land, but it's headed towards a direction of taking that one step further and saying that the city has a few pockets of land that have been used historically many, many years ago that are now just abandoned pieces of public open space, which really need to get a second life in terms of its original use. One cannot simply develop a block of flats on it because we are cognizant of the fact that that space has been used for burial, but we could potentially reuse it for burial and ongoing burial. And then the 6 foot versus 9 foot, that suggestion came from you. For a very long time, as long as I can remember, the city of Cape Town has been pushing to do second burials, if not third, in all of their graves. So the only time that we would do a 6 foot grave is if we have water table issues and or tree stumps or tree roots that prohibit getting that deep. All of our graves are at least 2 meters in depth, which regulatory frameworks need to adapt to, because in some of the health regulations, it still speaks of 1.8 meters being the maximum depth for burial. I think I've covered everything.
Yeah.
If there's anything else.
The stats on the 40% cremated, do we have statistics on those that
how many take home?
Yes.
That I cannot give you statistics on, but I could most definitely get you those statistics if you wish to have them. The family that chooses to cremate their loved one isn't the person that collects from the crematorium. I told you that yesterday. The undertaker is responsible to receiving those cremated remains with a cremation certificate and a tag and returning it to their client. So undertakers at large might well sit with quite a collection of unreturned ashes, or ashes that families do not require to do anything with. And maybe if we look at some of the destitute tenders, we find that occurs occasionally where a family hasn't anything to do with, doesn't have a purpose for those cremated remains and says, I'd prefer not to receive them or need them. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, just quickly,
That's-
most of it's been collected from our offices that I can say. There's definitely not some that's not collected, and that gets into storage for a number of years until hopefully somebody gets to a point to collect it. And I think after 10 years, we also go and bury it in one of the cemeteries. There was actually, and why I said to Susan, I just want to touch on that. There was actually a very interesting conversation in Gauteng about 2 weeks ago of somebody that pitched at a restaurant with ashes and scattered it in one of the plants. I don't know
the
whether
plants,
you...
okay.
Yeah, so the radio station, it was 94.7, made a huge hoo-ha about that. And where can you legally scatter ashes? And there's actually a lot of unknowns there that people are not aware that you cannot scatter ashes where you wish. Something that I don't know, and maybe the city of Cape Town and Durban will know, that if you want to scatter your ashes in the sea, you need to be something like 6 miles into the sea before you can scatter it. And you're not allowed to scatter ashes on municipal land. I was not aware of that, but I think there's a lot of education that needs to take place for people to understand where they can scatter ashes. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess on this one, it's going to be difficult to have the stats because it's individual families' choices on what they do with the remains. So once it leaves the funeral parlor, then it's up to the families that then can decide. And Daniel Nkuna is here, and I'm sure he will be mentioning about the health regulations pertaining to what Peter has just raised. And I was also really surprised when we were engaging with the health with the revision of the health regulations on some of the aspects of burial that were raised. And so I'm sure we're going to get some information on that. Prof, there's a lot on culture and heritage that has been raised.
Yes. The first thing, when we listen very carefully in this discussion, we may have an unstated urban bias. We are not saying much about rural areas. So they continue to be the invisible lot. So that's the first thing that we should be saying. Just as we say in the cities, this will remember that rural areas, even when municipalities were being created, they went on for some few years without any legal framework because it was based on the cities. Notwithstanding the fact that most of the problems you'll face in the cities, it's because of the neglect of the rural areas. So people have chosen to move to places of opportunity. So there is an ecosystem, hence the importance to deliberate even in partnership with some of your feeder areas so that you begin to understand this change. The second issue, I think if we say municipality by municipality, we can take the next 50 years. But if we begin to say Salga, Kokta, and national government just standardize certain things, it might actually help and say, this is what is to be followed because this is an SOS call on the challenges that are facing, the burial places. That goes with simplifying the onerous regulatory framework because our country, worse in the municipalities, takes forever. I was telling one colleague during the break, I bought a house in Pretoria, wanted to just demolish a shed outside, applied. I ended up paying no less than 27,000 just on compliance. They say the previous owner extended this, so you must draw a new plan. You must pay for the sins of the previous owner before you do this. So 1.5 years, it was that back and forth. Finally, I got the permit. Construction took 1 month. Compliance took 1.5 years. Do your maths. Now the council is going to meet, we're going to consider, you will need this. So as a country, we will never develop and catch up with other countries because we've become a country of compliance industries. As a result, the law firms, the audit firms, the regulatory industries are the ones which are growing the fastest because that's the only thing we eat in this country, not development itself. We've forgotten that compliance was meant to assist in something and create norms and standards. Now it has become something to look forward to. It is the actual development.
Thank you, Prof. Okay.
But development is shrinking, compliance is expanding.
Yeah.
Now, the last part I want to say is the one we should be very mindful of certain things that we're not thinking of. There is a wide ecosystem here. Given the high crime rate in the country and the call for exhumations in order to retest this and that, when we say let's move in the directions of cremation or in the directions of this, we must be very much mindful of the fact that collecting the DNA and other samples to have a store would be very helpful before you start cremating people. Because should there be a need to follow up, you shouldn't say, oh, we're sorry, I mean, it's ashes, it's gone. It was sent 6 miles into the ocean. You should be saying, so case closed, case closed, case closed. Why cremation? Case closed, and so forth. You must, before you bury a person, keep the sample so that should there be any case or anything, you have a library of the DNA samples, not tens of thousands of cases. Why? It's closed because ashes, closed because ashes, we can't exhume ashes, and so forth.
Okay.
The last one, I think people tend to misunderstand when we say engage and educate people and understand their cultures in order to persuade them to other systems. They often read it as resistance. I can bet my last cent, go ahead and say there is a shortage of space, we need to cremate, without engaging with people. 100 years from now, you'll still be saying the same thing. People are able to transition. Many of you may not know that maize was not the staple food. It was millet and sorghum. It was not even indigenous. But because there were engagements, people internalized, they started. Rice was not part of our menu. But it was not imposed at a certain point, but rather there were engagements. This is the yield, this is what you'll see, the benefit of it, and so forth. To change and adapt. If you say tomorrow, look at carbon, they keep saying we shall. Then the war comes up in Europe, they start opening up coal plants again, and so forth. So these are things that you need mutual engagement and embrace. But the reason, from that year, let's start cremating. It will be there in paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not going to give you 1 minute of reflection. I'm going to just get Kate to see if she has something that she would like to put in, and then we break for lunch.
Thank you. Following Prof, it's like basically I'm announcing somebody's car is in the way. It doesn't really make any much of an impact. Just to, on the first point to note, it was brought to my attention during the coffee break that in my discussion, I never actually said what my surname was. I said what the alternatives were. It's Sarabjit, so for those who are wondering. Just to throw my 2 cents in terms of the questions that were asked, was that regulation is such an important element when it comes to a uniform approach in terms of how we deal with and approach these different aspects. As I mentioned in KZN, we have a KZN Cemeteries Act, which has helped us. And when such time that we focus on burials in traditional authority areas and farmlands, it can be explained, approached through regulations attached to that act. In terms of the rest of the country, I would say as a recommendation that that's something that SALGA could assist with the other provinces in approaching, is the development of such provincial acts to support municipalities and their mandate when they are managing, operating, and developing cemeteries within their areas in terms of how they should do it and the necessary processes required. Just on the environmental impact of crematoria, municipalities also have environmental health practitioners that are within their midst per district, who are responsible for supporting municipalities on the operations and health and safety of their facilities. They would also monitor the emissions of those specific sites as well as ETIA. From what I have researched, the newer models of your cremators, which are electrical, have limited emissions. Going beyond that, those that are using solar facilities to support those electrical stacks or machines have almost zero emissions. So that's something to look forward to. However, in a country that has load shedding every 2 hours, 3 hours, lasting for however, that might not be the most sustainable solution. So there's pros and cons of it, but at this point in time, electrical seems to be the best thing on the market. Correctly so, we should also be testing not just emissions, but our facilities, your cemeteries in terms of what they leach. Landfills do it. And we could be doing that in future, where we do soil testing on a random basis to make sure that we're not poisoning the soil and we're not poisoning underground water sources. But that again comes back to regulations and standard operating procedures, something that we don't generally have with operations, maintenance, and management that we could do going forward. And I think it might be something that outside of this, as mentioned by Prof, as well as others, that perhaps SALGA and us get together and discuss how better can we support municipalities in this regard, so that they know that this is what they should be doing and why they should be doing it. And in terms of, lastly, education, it's a good thing to educate communities, which is what we really, really, really need to do. But I think the first and foremost is we need to educate ourselves as practitioners, as developers, but also our councils and our decision makers who put the money up, who made the decisions in terms of the applications, of what and why is this so important, and how we should be taking it forward before the worst happens. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. There is just hang on a bit. There is a written question. I did not want to, because I gave people an opportunity. There still remains a need on national scale to hold no ways. This writing. Sure, please. Yeah. Okay, we'll deal with this after lunch. We'll deal with it after lunch. Yeah, but just one thing that is critical, though raised by Councillor Gekana. We partnered with Saca, who are professionals in the field and who are encouraging professionals in the field to join Saca from all municipalities. We have 257 municipalities, but we do not have all 257 100% members of Saca. That is one thing. And because that is professionalizing the industry. It's an open secret that sometimes employment is done in some areas without considering the requisite skill. And so we're left with this. And secondly, we convene these conferences for purposes of learning and sharing so that we can go back and implement. We can go back and look into our regulatory and policy regime and see what needs to be then corrected. And of course, we will be working with Saca, COGTA, to find, and Department of Health, to find mechanisms of standardizing some of the regulations and some of the bylaws. Daniel will be speaking at length on that. We sent our comments on the environmental health regulations amendment to all 257 municipalities. They were talking about traditional authorities. Well, like, hang on, we have municipal authorities. So if you continue separating municipalities and traditional authorities, you're going to have the problem continuing. And so we must have municipalities so that environmental commissioners can go to off now as municipalities doing bylaws so that we can have that happening in relation to the health issues that are coming up. So I'm wrapping up this session, and I would like us to have a 25-30 minutes break for lunch. And if for whatever reason by 1:15 you are not done, please bring your plate over, because we have a virtual presentation to make at 1:15. I really strongly appeal. Thank you so much, my panelists, for availing yourselves. Susan, disadvantage what you work on, the cereal is there. Okay.
Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. I want you. So why don't we get together after the dance?
Greet.
When I first saw you, babe, you were looking good on Soul Train. Oh, keep stalking for you. I saw you there. You were spinning, dancing everywhere. I thought to myself, she was so fine, the way she moved, so sweet. She was so fine. I thought, baby, what she needs is me. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. Dance with me, come on, dance with me, baby. We go cross my mind. Come on, dance with me, baby.
Can you please go have lunch? You are taking the time that is already limited.
While we dance, make record, baby. You were so soft, the way you moved to me. Your eyes told me one thing. Oh, the touch of your
Shina. It's a good. I'm good. Representation. Yeah, the joint.
I see the names are the other way. It's me first.
It's you.
Yeah, because no check out this thing. But maybe can't wake up at 26. So it's the other way.
So it's you.
The one is
Secondly, it's Tandeka. Okay. One, two. Colleagues. Good day, colleagues. Sorry, I'm adjusting the mic because it's only now that a normal person is standing on the podium, so that it fits correctly.
Good day, program manager. Can you hear me?
Colleagues, welcome back to the session. This is an afternoon session. We call it a graveyard session. I think it's quite relevant for the session, for this, gathering that it's called the graveyard. You know, when I look at you, colleagues, it's funny that I see, I think, 160 cops, but who are still in a working form. Unfortunately, you are going to be a municipal liability very soon, because if I look at you, some of you, very soon enough, you are going to die. And it's either we are going to bury you, or we are going to cremate you, or we are going to throw you in the sea. But it's going to happen. There's only one thing in the future of humankind that is inevitable. You are going to die. Even if you don't want to talk about it, but it's going to happen. So one of the main reasons why we have this gathering is so that when you die, we know what we are going to do with you. And with the challenges that we are prevailing currently, but we must be prepared to deal with you. And we are going to deal with you decisively when, when you are dead. Colleagues, my name is Sihle. Another name is King. My surname is Ndlovu. I am employed by South African Local Government Association in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I look after the management of local government cemeteries in that province and a lot of other programs. And I do not take it lightly that I have been given this opportunity to facilitate this session. I do not know why, but I think because they wanted me to tell you that we are going to deal with you decisively when you are dead, because I'm one of the people that are not afraid to tell you that. Sometimes I tell even the counselors that, counselor, you are going to die. And we will bury you. And the unfortunate part is, it's 2023, but some of you are not going to make it to 2024. Well, we hope not. We hope not. But managers, people who are managing cemeteries, are relying on you people to die so that they still have to keep their work. Right, colleagues, let me remind you, colleagues and councillors, remind you to fill in the feedback form before the end of the day today, because it must be handed over. If you have not completed the form, please do so. And I am assuming that you will submit it at the back table before we leave today. We are going to have 1, 2, 3 presenters, but the third presentation is going to be a joint presentation, which will have 3 speakers. Unfortunately, we are not going to have the best practice from City of Tshwane. So we will have the first presentation, which is on cemetery management information system. And then the next one will come from the Department of Health. And then we'll have one from City of Johannesburg. And then we'll go to the panel discussion. I think we are going to have enough time, because if I look at my timepiece, mine is a timepiece, yours is a watch. If I look at my timepiece, we still have time. Right. I would like to call upon the next speaker. It's going to be a pre-recorded presentation. It is from Mr. Felix A. Nathan. His topic is on cemetery management information systems. Mr. Nathan is graduated in commerce with keen interest in electronics and computers. He has worked in a healthcare system, apparently healthcare and allied services, handling training of varied personals. And he has a current new role of developing a project concept design, which is about marketing of cemetery management systems, which is something that we are looking forward to as municipalities who are struggling with keeping information on cemeteries. Can I allow the next speaker to come through? Thank you.
All right, Felix, we are ready for you.
Please click on play.
We can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Please click on play.
Okay.
Greetings to the day, dear friends. It's an opportunity to present Cemetery Management Information System. Please sit back and relax. Brief introduction about Cemetery Management Information System and why we ventured into its design, development and implementing it. Today, digitization of grave or burial management involves the use of technology to manage cemetery records, burial information, and grave locations. With the increasing demand for cemetery management, digitization has become an essential tool for efficient and accurate record keeping, grave identification, and overall management. The process of digitizing grave or burial management involves several steps. Firstly, all the existing records, including grave locations, burial records are digitized using specialized software. This information is then stored in a centralized database, which can be accessed by cemetery staff either at entity level or at the common, public, private burial grounds, depending on the requirement and its usage. In addition, digitization has made it easier for families to access burial records and locate their loved one's grave site, with the ability to search the cemetery database online. Families can quickly find the location of a grave and view important information such as date of death, burial date, grave number, exhumed date, grave history, etc. Futuristically, digitization will also enable the use of geographic information systems to map and locate graves accurately. This technology provides a detailed map of the cemetery, allowing cemetery staff to quickly identify the location of a grave and maintain accurate records of each burial, used especially for larger burial grounds. Overall, the digitization of grave or burial management can revolutionize the way cemeteries operate. By using technology to manage cemetery records, burial information, and grave locations, cemetery staff can provide better service to families, improve record-keeping accuracy, and streamline the overall management of the cemetery. We, CMIS, are on the same lines. Today's issues and challenges in managing a grave or burial management system. Many of the entities are maintaining their grave or burial details manually. Managing 100+ years old records manually is a humongous task. Records are maintained on paper as an age-old method. Most of the documents gets destroyed due to white ants or termites or torn due to mishandling. Replication or duplication of manual data on paper for record purpose. Some of the entities follow a bin card system to maintain grave records, but searching becomes a major hurdle when the data is large. As a practice, many of the entities were managing data on spreadsheets, Lotus 123 or Excel, but due to upgradation of system, the records, data can get lost during porting. Biggest challenge is managing the manual register for a long period of time. What are the advantages of digitization, grave, burial data? The records can be managed by the entity in digital format and accessed through the CMIS application. Managing 100 plus years old records can be handled easily without much effort or issue. No need of paper records, as all the data resides on secured server and can be accessed by valid users only. Records are not deleted but marked as inactive. No replication or duplication of data will be required. When data is stored in the digital format, accessing records becomes faster, data can be analyzed and reports generated as per requirement. Dashboards or maps are a good tool to get instant summarized information. There isn't any challenge to manage large data. Cost applicable to upgrade the systems are very minimal as compared to manual records What we offer in Cemetery Management Information System, a brief. A web-enabled, cloud-based solution to cater to all the needs of an entity to manage the grave or burial management pan-global. Entity-wise record in database is managed on cloud server for instant access and retrieval of data at any given point by the users. Application can be accessed via mobile phone, tablets, PCs and laptops with entity-based user access only on any browser. Digital records can be maintained with respect to death certificate, municipal or any government document along with deceased photo for future retrieval. Dashboards available for instant overview of grave details. In near future, we are planning to provide with drill-down data viewing facility. Past burial history for a particular grave can also be viewed. Permanent grave, family member record facility available along with burial history. Grave vacancy report, within next 30 or 45 or 60 or 90 or 120 days available. Past burial details can be uploaded into the system through Excel sheet after data is approved by the entity authorities, to avoid manual data entry of past records. Multiple user creation facility available. Different types of burial can be managed, shroud or half coffin or full coffin or COVID bodies etc. Embalmed or non-embalmed bodies buried can be tracked. Burial within the parish or from outside entity can be tracked along with issuing of burial certificates. Entity master captures maximum details along with entity logo for future usage. Our application brief module offerings. Home page, dashboard, maps, masters, entity, grave holder, grave, burial cycle, block or location, size, identity, relationship, family details, admin. Our application can be implemented at the following entities: churches or mosques or Jewish synagogue or municipal graves of any denominations, common graves, public or private, and any other religious where burial is followed. Our application can be accessed any of the following devices or browsers: devices, desktops or laptops or tablets or handheld mobiles. Browser, Google Chrome or Opera or Microsoft Edge or Safari, Mac, or Mozilla Firefox.
I know, colleagues, you are clapping not because you are appreciating the presentation, but because the presentation was shorter than you expected. I was still thinking it's going to go on for the next 10 minutes, but I think it was short. Let's give it a round of applause. We are appreciating the presentation, colleagues. Some of the things that have been touched are actually challenges that we are having as municipalities, where unfortunately we are unable to have data that is locatable. And I'm thinking these are the solutions that we are actually looking for in the future. But thank you very much to Nathan. Let me just not waste time, because I would like us to dedicate more time into questions. So I will then call the next speaker. He's a colleague of mine, also a mentor, one of the people that we look up to. He is a health inspector, and I must tell you that our health inspectors are peace officers, which means there is a little bit of an element of being a police in it, but you will see it when he comes on stage. He's bold like a policeman. He has studied at the Mangosuthu University of Technikon, Watola a diploma, and then further got a BTech at Tswana University. If I am counting, he has over 20 years of experience in local government, specifically in environmental health. He is currently employed by the National Department of Health. Well, I must say he does a bit of policing there, because he comes to municipalities with norms and standard, which is law and order, in other words. Some of his responsibilities also includes the disposal of human remains, and he deals with a lot of legislation, developing legislation, and obviously, as a policeman that he is, making sure that we comply with those legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow my colleague, Ubaba Daniel Nkuna.
And I'll be short. Okay. All right, thank you.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Uh, Thank you. I must make friends. I must greet first in terms of the protocol, starting with Ikosi, Bamatlang, the councillors, the colleagues from departments, members of Saca, media, and everyone who's in attendance, municipalities, and everyone. I was making notes so that as I do the presentation, I don't leave some of the things that I was noting when other presentations were done. So we are currently assisting the Department of Health to regulate the space of management of human remains. You will see as we go down the presentation, there is a change in terms of the language or the terminology used in terms of bodies or corpse and all that, but we'll talk about that. The purpose of the presentation today is to strengthen the working relations with other government spheres which are in attendance here. We are talking about COGTA, the municipalities, the subs and the home affairs. We don't normally consider them in this gathering, but they play a part. Like what one presenter said in terms of cremation, the security that must be taking place there. If you have a mafia operation in some area, people can just disappear if those cremation facilities are not properly looked after and guarded in case they are not used during the night. Ideally, they should be used 24/7 so that there's no platform for thugs to actually get access to that, because if it happens, you will be left with ashes. So we need subs to be involved. We need home affairs as they register birth and deaths. So we hope that we will be creating those working relations. To share information with Saca, I see that sometimes Saca comes with 1C, sometimes I saw it comes with double C, but we want to work with them because they are stakeholder organized. It makes it easy for government to work in that manner. And their members. To share legislative requirements with stakeholders, Dr. Figeni will be fighting with us to say we are mostly on the requirements and compliance, but as government, we have to put the requirements in place because sometimes the requirements are what you will see as we do. Municipal health is about the prevention of diseases and all that. So in order to do that in an orderly fashion, you need to regulate the space so that things can happen. So that's why we'll share the legislative requirements with stakeholders to ensure that as you are trying to comply, we can minimize the time that you spend with your applications. You brought us to Western Cape. We are receiving a lot of applications from here for exemption, and some of them are taking more than a year and all that because of what they submit might be not. Some of you might be seeing me for the first time, but you have been communicating with me in terms of your exemption applications. We are getting a lot from the province. And then also to provide updates on legislative developments and to provide update on current activities. So we'll be having a mix of things that we talk about. I'm putting this slide on municipal health just to indicate, because there's an issue around the powers and functions. In terms of the constitution, municipal health is a function of the 44 district municipalities and the 8 metros. they have that function. In terms of the constitution, it has been defined as such to say it's going to be a district and a metro function. It has been taken, it used to be done by national, province, local municipalities. It was all over. So to standardize and bring sanity to it, it was taken to these, to make sure that even the smaller municipalities can be able to have municipal health services. In the introduction, he said, I'm a health inspector, it's fine. The name has changed, but with that name being changed, it's like when you do crime, you will do whatever that you do, and one button of your shirt will fall, and you won't see it because you're in a rush, and then you leave. They will just pick up that button, keep it, and they'll find the shirt where it came from. Health inspectors have been health inspectors, they've been sanitary inspectors and all that. And then along the way, they said, no, we are no more police now. We are now developmental and all that. Then, but they are registered with the Professions Council, which is the Health Professions Council of South Africa. And their registration starts with HI, which means Health Inspector. That has not changed. It's still there, but they are environmental health practitioners. So that's the button. So, but municipal health services, I'm bringing it here so that we see that it's a function for the district and the metro. Being that said, and you find other locals, we still have a few in the country, there might be 8 that are still doing municipal health services, but it's not their responsibility or function. It brings a problem because locals have got another mandate. That, like if you take a metro will have all the functions that are split into the local and the district. So if you have environmental health in the metro and they don't understand their role, the metro will apply to be exempted on the regulation which MHS is supposed to manage. Because they are within the city of Cape Town, they will not understand what they need to do and end up not doing some of the activities that are expected in terms of the regulation, because they are within the city and the city operates differently. Maybe you must, if they have to do something, they must go through whatever systems internally, while they have the mandate to communicate directly with the national department, the DG, and get exemption applications processed. I've indicated that in terms of the municipal health service, there's 9 functions that are mentioned. One of them is the disposal of the dead. That's how it is captured in the Health Act or the National Health Act. But you looking at that, it says disposal of the dead. It doesn't have that part of the dignity and what must be given to. So some of this legislation go through a process of verification that they comply to the law, the constitution and all that. So unfortunately in 2002, 2003, when they had to define what will be environmental health services that are rendered at a local municipality, that is what they would come up with. But as we developed the regulations that deal with the disposal of the dead in 2013, that did not come as disposal of the dead. It had to comply, and now it talks about management of human remains, meaning that even if you find a finger in an accident scene, the finger must be treated with dignity because it's a human remain. And it must be identified if it happens that something happened to the whole body or whatever. When people burn in a building like it happened recently, whether you find a palm or whatever, it's treated as a human remain, not a dead body or whatever, because of the dignity that the South Africans enjoy in terms of the constitution. Origin of the regulation, it's in terms, this regulation is called the current regulation. We must talk about the 2. We have the current regulation, which is Regulation 363, which was gazetted in 2013, and it is in terms of the Health Act. The Health Act takes its mandate from the Constitution. Then they developed the regulation in 2013. When this regulation was developed, we had a lot of legislation dealing with disposal of the dead. Municipalities had their own, provinces had their own. It was scattered all over. Unfortunately, we are coming from an era where we had the Health Act of 1977. This Health Act of 1977 had regulations in it that dealt with the disposal of the dead. So that regulation, that act did not comply to the constitutional provisions because it came from 1977, before the democracy came in 1994. So it meant most of the things that were in that regulation did not comply. So the 1977 Health Act was completely abolished or repealed as a whole, which means any legislation made under that act fell off, which meant the regulations that we had dealing with the food, dealing with the disposal of the dead, it also fell off. So something had to be done. That's where the next part comes in. In terms of Section 68(1)(b), the minister may make regulations regarding the preservation, use, and disposal of bodies, including unclaimed bodies. Section 90(4)(c). The minister may, if circumstances necessitate the immediate publication of a regulation, publish that regulation without consultation contemplated in A. That's what happened in 2013. Those regulations were promulgated without the 3 months consultation period, which you normally have when a regulation or legislation is promulgated. So it was promulgated without consulting the public and all that. So that was the reason, because of the repeal of the 1977 Health Act. That's what we must understand. And if you look at the next one, Section 94(a), the minister must publish all regulations proposed to be made under this act in the Government Gazette at least for 3 months before the date contemplated. Why I'm bringing this thing in 2020, March, we had COVID. When we had COVID, we got out of COVID. Then we had to come up with legislative, we had to come up with legislative provisions, whatever. And then we published the regulations that the previous facilitator was talking about for 1 month. Then the department was challenged. Where does it say you can publish regulations for 1 month only? Because your Health Act says you must publish for 3 months. So after that, we had to extend the publication for another 3 months. It became 4 months. That was the reason. So you get challenged based on your own provisions. And now with the amendment, we have consulted. The current regulation has got these areas covered. I'm not going to talk on all of them. I only looked at your program and what you will be interested in. So I've selected certain areas. I might have deprived you because of the time, but I looked at what you might be interested in and only selected those. I must keep on checking because this and that is different. Otherwise, I will be looking here and yeah. So regulations layout, these regulations shall apply to private and public. It doesn't matter whether you are a public entity or public or government or whatever, the regulations are applicable to everyone. If it says you must have a certificate to have a mortuary, whether you are a hospital owned by government, you must, because the Office of Standard Compliance will come and check whether you have a certificate to run a mortuary. Same with the food premise. Everyone must comply. So it applies to everyone. For mortuaries, funeral undertakers, crematoriums, you are not interested in all those, except if you are cemeteries, you will be interested because you own cemeteries as locals and members of Saca. But you're not interested in funeral undertakers because those are managed by the districts and the metros. Your interest is in the burial sites. So we'll be talking about that in the crematoria. We've used the wrong one there. South African English crematoriums is not correct. Any person who prepares human remains, this works for the Muslim community and in communities where you have people who are actually preparing the body, but they are not funeral undertakers. There must also be, this regulation applies to them. Any person who undertakes movement of human remains. You would have seen that we had a lot of funeral association and undertakers fighting government, blocking health facilities because they were requested to provide a certificate indicating that they are running funeral undertakers. They said the people who are asking them to do that are not health inspectors or EHPs. Why is an admin officer at a hospital asking them to produce? At least if they were asked by a EHP, it would be better because they are responsible to manage that. I have not changed the slide. Oh, sorry. So that became a problem, and but we'll see how we deal with that as we go forward. Then, if any of the requirements apply there in terms of the municipality, you talk about sanitizing an area. The current regulation requires that we sanitize 500 meters from habitable building, not to have anything, and you say there's no space to do that. That is like 500 all round, not only one directional. Wherever there is a building, it must be free from any development. So that becomes a problem. So if you need to be exempted, the regulation allows for exemption to this regulation on any of the provisions that are there. Unfortunately, the current regulation does not say that you can be exempted for temporary issues. It opens the exemption to everything. And you were saying, the previous presenters were saying, once you do something, if you establish a cemetery, it will not go away in 2 years or 3 years. Once it's there, it's there. Then comes the Department of, I'm not sure if they're involved here, those that are dealing with the historical issues, because graves, when they reach a certain stage, you cannot touch them. And somehow, silently so, I'm just thinking that the rural areas where people are buried in the yard, once they are buried, and that is a grave, I don't think you can now tamper with a grave. And somehow they are securing that land not to be taken away anymore. It's just a thought, I don't know. So exemption, you can be exempted by the authorized local. It's not the local municipality, but the district and the metro, the 44 and 8. Okay. So follow-ups on this cannot be done by a consultant. It must be the district or the metro. And then there must be conditions attached, and also it must be confirmed in writing. The reason why we are bringing in the conveyance of human remains, it's because currently the department does not charge to issue the permit to convey human remains. But funeral undertakers, we got a call recently where they wanted to move human remains from Eastern Cape to Western Cape. The family was charged 2.8 for the certificate only, which the department processes it for free. We are not charging anything for that, issued by the DG, but the communities are charged 2.8 to do that. We are going to jump some of the slides, but somebody was talking about the authorization of import and export. That is done at the National Department of Health, approved by the DG. It can be done. Types of burials that are regulated in South Africa. It's a burial in excavated land, burial at sea. You are surrounded by the sea in Western Cape, but you are not looking at the sea for burial. It is allowed in terms of the regulation. There are requirements for it. Cremation is one of them. What is currently not regulated is the hydrocremation or aquamation. We don't have information on this. I understand AFPOP is already doing it. It might not have been approved by the National Department of Health, and whatever that is happening. You see, when you bring any new technology for whatever that needs to be done, there must be studies done. That's why the EIA presentation, I was not here yesterday, but I think they touched on this. You will have to do your EIA, you will have to do your studies, you will have to indicate what impact will be there based on what you are bringing in. And after that has been done and it has been proven to be fairly safe to do, then it can be allowed based on the studies that would have been done. This is the interest for Saca members and the municipalities, Regulation 15, that is what normally troubles you. But it requires you to do the environmental authorization, which requires that you do the EIA and you get the record of decision and all that. And there are environmental requirements that must be done. It looks also at the floodplain, groundwater, nearest habitable building and all that. I've taken the extract from the regulation itself to indicate what it says. It needs you to look at NEMA. And these are normally the requirements that they are talking about. If you look at the other issue that was raised in terms of the depth of the grave, it says where the water table is at least at 2.5, you can have a normal grave of 1.8, which means you can then consider even taking 2 bodies. Initially, we were talking about 2 bodies in a grave, but during COVID, we even considered 3 bodies in a grave with a maximum depth of 2.8 and 300 millimeter cover soil between the coffins. And then you would have 3 bodies buried in a 2.8 grave, which is dug at the beginning to 2.8. The first body will go at 2.8, followed by 300 mils cover, another body there, 300, and then another body, then it takes you to that level. And then cremation, we'll jump that. But there are requirements for all of that. It just indicates where they are. Chapter 9 is exhumation. Exhumation, there are certain times when you can do exhumation. You don't just do exhumation. It must be based on certain requirements. It's covered under Chapter 9 of the regulation, the current regulation. And it also talks about reburial. So you cannot exhume if you don't know where you are going to bury. Meaning that if you are exhuming in Western Cape, let's say Cape Town must issue with the exhumation permit. If you are going to Eastern Cape to rebury, wherever you are reburying in Eastern Cape, you must have a permit from there that you've got a grave to bury the body that you are removing here. So for this to be approved, there must be an exhumation permit and reburial. I need to run now. Reasons for exhumation, it's either I can't see which slide is this. Reasons for exhumation are these ones. If you are relocating human remains to a new grave, removal to another cemetery, removal for cremation, if there's a forensic investigation, if there's a public to private grave, a crime-related investigation, or archaeological reasons. Those are the reasons why you would exhume. Let's get out of exhumation. But you can see on this one, it includes subs, as I was indicating. So we just need to keep on growing our structure to have subs sitting here and home affairs. And it's not an event. It requires only people who have an interest on that to be there. This is another area which made a lot of noise from the associations, outsourcing. Not all our health facilities have got the mortuary facilities. So what happens, we outsource the mortuary space. And the private practice also is allowed to outsource if they are outsourcing not only the refrigeration facility, but they need to outsource the whole premises so that they are able to process, handle, and do whatever needs to be done. Lessons learned from COVID. We have regulations coming from COVID. It doesn't mean that the regulations are replacing the COVID regulations, but they are lessons learned which we thought we can take and bring to this so that we don't have to sit at home and be locked down when another COVID comes in 10 years or whatever. That is what we are doing when we amended the regulations. It's not yet in place. Why is it not in place? We had 450,000 comments for the first time as a department to process when those regulations came. And people were saying, we do not support the proposed changes to the Health Act. We were not changing the Health Act, but we are amending the regulation, which I just spoke about now. You have seen it's currently active, even without the amendments. That is what we are amending, putting lessons learned during COVID to make sure that when another COVID comes, we don't go to a lockdown, but health can manage whatever happens in that area. So the proposed changes for that, there's a lot of good things. There's lots of comments that came from everyone, but now we are held back by translation. We need to translate the regulations into 4 additional languages, which is Khoisan, Afrikaans, isiZulu, isiPedi. That is what is holding the process not to finalize those regulations, but those comments have been processed. There were issues that were reported from Western Cape, people moving bodies through with taxis and trailers to the Eastern Cape or wherever. That has been a challenge. It's not currently covered in the regulation that we have, but with the amendment, we have some proposal how it can be managed just to deal with that. And then the issues of exhumation, we were burying people in plastic bags because we were afraid of the contamination. With the research and the lessons learned, we were informed that once a person dies of COVID, they cannot transmit because COVID is a respiratory condition. It's transmitted through droplets and it's a respiratory, it's here, it's not all over. Once a person dies, they cannot breathe, so they cannot transmit. So the issue of the plastic bags, or not plastic bags, body bags, because now people were using plastic bags to cover bodies, and people were coming back to their families to say, take me out of the Then they did illegal exhumations, which became a problem. Embalming is another issue. Everyone now is embalming. There used to be only few people embalming, but now we've got more than 100 embalming. I don't know how many are in Western Cape, but this is some work that we have done recently just to check countrywide what is happening in terms of embalming. We found that there's a lot of people who say they are embalming throughout the country. There are more than 100, and it can be because you need specific equipments and facilities to do it. So it can be everyone doing it. So, but we've got responses in terms of who's doing it, and we have communicated with municipalities to assist us to track them down, check whether they have the necessary equipment so that we can see whether they can do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkuna. Can you clap hands again for Mr. Nkuna? Now, I can see that you are clapping hands because you are appreciating the presentation. Quite very informative. You know, some of the things that colleagues think they are seeing them for the first time, but perhaps it's challenges us to go and read these regulations so that we understand in terms of what needs to be done. There was a video that was circulating where a donkey was pulling a trailer with a coffin. So what Mr. Nkuna is talking about is actually something that I think also. So okay, regulations will probably guide us in terms of how then to deal with those issues. Ndaba Zeta, we are going to take the last presentation. And I am hoping that colleagues also are going to be excited that you will leave early so that you can go and spend your money at waterfront. And also a friendly reminder, Western Cape manufactures a lot of wine. Please don't drink all of it, because even if you intend to, you will not finish it. Right. Colleagues, we are going to take the last presentation, which is going to be coming from the city of Johannesburg. I have got 3 speakers. They are speaking into one presentation. It's combined in a certain order. Firstly, we have Ms. Thandeka Pampe. She comes from KwaZulu-Natal in my province. She's an environmental health researcher. And then we'll have Ms. Leta Madla. Yena, she does marketing, communications, and public relations as a professional. And then we have Undade Rechi Moloi. He is also very much experienced in terms of managing of cemeteries for local government. Colleagues, I'm going to change the order simply because Undade Rechi is about to go to retirement. He has then requested to go first. I do not know whether his request was based on the fact that this is his last day at work as he's exiting, or because he's old. But please let's welcome Baba Urechi Moloi.
Is that the? Yes, this is the one. Here's the point there. Okay. 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 No, that's fine. But the slides do. No. Yes, please. But I need a point on my numbers. Where will I? Oh yes. Okay. Okay. One. Yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't know about the old part. You can see for yourself. Yeah. But one thing for sure is that, yes, I'm the outgoing head of cemeteries from City of Johannesburg. Time has arrived, not age. Itin Bulise Masangu, Professor, and all my colleagues, all protocol observed. I want to touch on the few things that I, as the cemetery head of Johannesburg, have experienced that I think will also be assisting the colleagues from other municipalities. I don't want to say metros because it will be discriminator, because we know we've got metros, local, district, and all that. We are all battling with diminishing burial space. And that has become a national crisis. One of the reasons that I have found out is that every time there's a cemetery to be developed, like yesterday when the AIAs were discussed, you find that it's coincidence that the EIAs for cemeteries are the same EIAs for housing. Why I'm saying this? Wherever there's a cemetery development and it's given, say, 50 hectares, 70 hectares, 3 years down the line, municipality comes and say, we know you won't use all of the land, we're bringing housing up to here. It has happened in Joburg. Up north in Joburg, Midrand, we've got Waterfall Cemetery, which was one of our newest cemetery. The land there was 235 hectares. Guess what? It's 70 hectares now. Simply because there's housing coming around the cemetery. Olifantsvlei was 400 hectares. Now almost 200 hectares have been earmarked for housing. Now the question now comes to say, EIAs that are done when a cemetery land is identified and it gets granted, automatically becomes housing land. But in Joburg, it has become like that because we've lost land. Thirdly, every time a cemetery is developed, it used to be outside of the residential areas, as per the speaker that has passed now in terms of the 500 meters from habitable land. Guess what? There are houses outside the cemetery that was standing on its own and people would either drive there or walk. Now outside, there's about 10, 15 meters that separate houses from a cemetery. Now one wonders what happened to the regulations that control the development of cemeteries. Because everywhere you go now, the neighbors of the cemetery is living people. Now I know, Prof, when you said the lives of the living is placed in the memory of, the lives of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. It's us as the cemetery workers plus the neighbors. Now we are in company now keeping the dead alive because we see them in the morning before I was cross over to go and see my granny and come back. It is not supposed to be driven. Now the city of Johannesburg, in relation to the diminishing burial space, we have 4 cemeteries that are active out of a total number of 37 cemeteries. By active, we mean those that are still receiving new burials. One in the south called Olifantsvlei, that was 400 hectares, that was just been reduced. West Park in the center, that used to be the old white cemetery. And then we've got Midrand, which is Waterfall, that was also reduced from 235 to 70. Then we've got Deep Slot Cemetery that the community doesn't want. It's a 60-hectare cemetery, beautifully done at the cost of 18 million rand, and it's standing there. If we buried a lot for a quarter, we buried about 8 or 10. But we know it will come because they still have somewhere else to go. But then we have to say, how then do we mitigate the loss of burial space? The plans that we presented to our senior officials was that we need to go for alternative burial methods. Now the question was, how are you going to, encourage people to come and reuse graves, to encourage people to recycle graves, to encourage people to use above ground burials, or to go for cremation? Then we said, no, we've got a marketing department in our company. We went to the marketing department to ask them to develop a strategy, which they did, in terms of how we're gonna get. Then after that, the question was, but then how are you going to be mitigating in terms of and compliance issues? Because once your second and third burials and recycling are coming, you're still actually gonna be contaminating land. But then we said, no, we will not be contaminating new land. It's better to work where you are and contain where you are. That is why our presentation is threefold. What I'm gonna show you is the stats in terms of our burials, and then we'll break them down in terms of how successful we've been in terms of encouraging people to embrace the alternative burial method. This is the total number of burial. As you can see, it's for the 2 financial years. Okay, the 2021, 2022, 23. Last financial year, this is where we were. 20,620. This past financial year ended June, we were sitting there. Now, what is important about this slide is that these are quarterly numbers, as you see there. But I want to draw your attention to the cemeteries that I'm talking about, that they're still receiving new burials. The 4 cemeteries, which is this one here, Oliphant's Fly, which is our biggest. West Park, the one I said used to be a privileged cemetery. Waterfall, which is in Midrand, and this one. As you can see, Deep Slot, when I say people don't want it, look at the numbers. Okay, now, those are the numbers that we've done. It's a combined number for the whole city of Johannesburg. That came to 16,000. Now, I want to show you the part about now the strategies that we've put, that Sisleta is going to come and talk about. If you can give me the next slide. This year, these are numbers that did not necessarily go into new space, as you can see there. However, you'll see there's West Park there, there's Oliphant's Fly there, there's also Waterfall. Where's Waterfall? Okay, Waterfall they didn't put here. But look at this one here. This cemetery here, Avalon, is in Soweto. It's a 50-year-old cemetery. But currently, it is busier than all the other cemeteries that they've done. That's why you see, look at those numbers, only for Avalon. Those quarterly numbers. So it's still as busy as before, as it still had new burials. Now, Avalon, New Road Port, Lenesia, Old Rado Park, all those are in Soweto. So as you can see, the people in Soweto have actually embraced this. I remember yesterday, there was a talk about people, it being difficult to convince people to reuse graves. How we do it, Sister Leta will explain, to say to people, for instance, instead of going to visit 3, 4 cemeteries looking for your relatives, you can go to one, because mommy and daddy are lying in one grave. There are times when we do 3 burials, even on cemeteries that were previously 1.8 or 2 meters that allowed 2. With time, we book a 3rd burial provisionally based on time. We will say to families, let's book it provisionally, let's go and dig. If it allows for a 3rd burial because decomposition over the last 20, 30 years allows it, then we'll do it. That's why you'll find that in some cemeteries, there are tombstones that have 3 names on it, because we've done that, including the recycling of graves. Okay, recycling of graves has not taken off yet, because what happens with the recycling of grave, which we call reduction burials, we help families to remove the remains. Normally it's clothing, because clothing doesn't just disintegrate. You'll find clothing there. You'll find few bones over the years, over 50-year period. We'll insert them in a smaller box and return it to the same grave, and still have space for 2 others, to ensure that at least this family is lying one place. If you need to do rituals, as we are black people, you'll do that. So what we're showing here is, now this year, the 2023, the reopens only. Look at the total burials there. That's the savings of a hectare. Because we were saying, I remember my colleague Susan was also talking about space that has been left. Remember, when we bury, a hectare takes 2,000 burials. So we are ensuring that every time we do burials, we are able then to say, what are the effects of it in terms of the burial space? Maybe that is why the city will come taking land, because we've become clever in helping to make a land available for housing, because a lot of our people will tell you about housing and not a cemetery. So these cemeteries here, Olifantsvlei, we're already doing second burials, as you can see there, even though it's a new cemetery. Now the difference about this one is that we're digging almost 2.8 to 3 meters because we're allowing 3 burials. And here we don't have a longer waiting period because it's so deep that we can even do it within a month. We don't even reach the first body that was buried there. Next one, please. I thought I'm the old man. Sit down. These are cremations because we're also promoting cremations. Now, when you look at these are our crematoria that we've got in the city of Joburg. This one here, the Braamfontein one, is privately run. It's a Hindu crematoria. It's 100% run by the Brixton one is the one that is run by the Hindu people, and the city is running the Braamfontein and the Lenasia one. As you can see those things. Now, look at the total numbers in terms of the last financial year. That is 1.5 hectares of land. Now we are saying, if all these bodies that I've shown you from the cremations and from the second burials have gone to space, to new space, we would have lost a lot of space. Now, when you consider the burials that we did in July 2020, during the height of the COVID, there was a time where we did 20,000 in 1 month. No, the million graves were not in Joburg. Let me clarify that. In Joburg, we never dug 1 million graves at all. And I will not say where were they dug, because we're not here to challenge each other. Okay. Now, and this is how we monitor our burial space. Just next one. These are the differences in terms of alternative burial methods. These are the percentages that we go over a 7-year period. This is what we've been doing every year in terms of the 7-year period. The two numbers give you the total of the burials that we've done. Like this one here will give you that 16,500 for the previous financial year. Next slide. And then this one here is the breakdown in terms of the same contribution of the marketing department in terms of the breakdowns, the first burials will reopen and all, just to show that it is actually working. You know, there is a saying that if it works in Joburg, it will work anywhere. Next slide. Now, this year we call it preserved land, but now we're only monitoring the 4 cemeteries that are said are currently receiving new burials, which are those cemeteries there. The last quarter, April, May, June, this is the total where we're sitting at. Now, what we do in terms of measuring our space, because we've decided, instead of saying we are left with 2 hectares or 3 hectares, we've decided to break down the hectares into actual burial plots. So we are saying here, Deep Slot has 103 burial plots, Waterfall 110, West Park, and that one is gonna change now that I told you that they've taken some land, is gonna change. Now, currently we are saying Joburg has 987,417 burial plots. The actual graves that we can dig, because we decided to measure it like that to ensure that our decision makers, who happen to be politicians, can make a proper decision. That's why I say maybe our successes have come back to haunt us, because we can manage. 900 is a lot. You know how much is that in years? Just under 30 years. But should we have another breakout of COVID or any other, that might reduce. Next slide. I think I'm done. Oh, thank you very much. My colleague, Mrs. Leta, will come. I am retiring.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have given these colleagues 10 minutes each on their presentation, simply because, as I said, it's a joint presentation, but we let Ndatereji take 14 minutes because he's about to retire. But Usisile Tayena is not about to retire. She still wants to come back to this platform and talk, so she will stick to 10 minutes. Thank you. And I am timing you.
Good afternoon, Program Director. Sihle Ndlovu. I wasn't sure who to mention with the change of program directors. Representative of National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, Nkosi Mahlangu. Member of the Mayoral Committee in the City of Cape Town. Councillors, Saca leadership, Salga leadership, and the delegates at large. May I then say, with all protocol observed. My name is Leta Madlala. I am with Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo in the city of Johannesburg. Today, I would like to talk to you about how we are trying to influence and encourage the residents of the city of Johannesburg to use alternative burial options. Changing user behavior in cemetery management is important, as it is in many sectors such as health, conservation, and education. In the health sector, we are told that more than 50% of the diseases are caused by human behavior. In conservation, human activities such as overfishing, illegal timber harvesting, ivory poaching, and bushmeat hunting have all caused extinction of many species. In water conservation, human activities continue to cause just similar havoc. In cemetery management, we know that rapid decreases of available burial land are caused by decisions that are taken by humans. The process of behavior change is more complex than people originally thought. One of the key issues seems to be estimating the importance of education and evidence in behavior change. This is because people often don't change behavior even though they know they should and why they should do it. Sure. Sorry, I'm a bit busy, I don't know why.
Colleagues, can we request the next presenter to come and take over? When May is recovered, if she's okay, then she can come back. Otherwise, the presentations are going to be uploaded on the Saca website. All of us can go through it. So let's not put pressure on her as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tandeka. I am also from the city of Johannesburg. I would like to greet everyone, and I'm hoping that you will find our presentation interesting and you will take something home with the work that we've been doing. I'm gonna scroll through Assis letters part, and then I will just jump straight to my part. I'm the scientist, environmental researcher of the city, so they call me. I ensure that all our compliance issues are up to date when it comes to anything and everything that happens in around the city of Johannesburg. Okay, that is me. So what we do is that we do groundwater monitoring and surface water around all our cemeteries as part of compliance. We did this with hand in hand with the implementation of the alternative burial methods to ensure that these methods are not impacting on the environment. A little background. The water quality monitoring systems in the city of Johannesburg has been ongoing since 2018. So we've been monitoring our groundwater for at least 5 years now. We're doing this as part of our ROD and as part of the requirements by the Department of Gauteng Province. We're also trying to ensure that according to the National Water Act, we are also compliant and we've got measures and the systems that will ensure that our groundwater is being monitored, this with surface water in and around our cemeteries. We do this biannually. It means we do this twice a year, where we go out and take water samples in around the cemeteries. The issue is the high number of burials, and also with the alternative burial methods that we've introduced and implemented, there's a high chance that we could possibly be contaminating our groundwater resources without knowing about it. So we've got this water monitoring system that we've implemented in all our cemeteries around the city of Johannesburg. So we're doing this to ensure that we protect we protect and prevent our water resources that are in ground, and all the other forms of burials can pose on the environment. We're also doing this to ensure that we fulfill the mandate that the city of Johannesburg has imposed upon us to ensure that we comply and protect the environment, being the green company that we are. So we're also trying to do our part. We also try to ensure that we maintain a safe environment everywhere, including in and around the cemeteries. But the issue now is we're running out of space and the cemeteries are moving closer to the residential areas are moving closer to the cemeteries. So the issue now become the contamination in within our facilities, and we're often blamed for any contamination, even if it's not cemeteries. But then because there is a cemetery around the residential area, so anything that happens, we get blamed, and all the fingers are being pinpointed at us. So we're trying to do this to ensure that all of these issues are addressed and are addressed in a proper manner. The objective is to ensure that we are compliant in terms of the National Environmental Management Act, and that we ensure that the reburials and in-ground burials are not impacting in any of our water resources, be it surface water and groundwater around our cemeteries. We go out and we assess, we identify and monitor the state of all our water resources to ensure that we trace any pollutants that can contaminate the groundwater. With this, we also provide mitigation plans to try and eliminate any pollutants and any contamination. With this, we also try and verify the sources if there's any that are detected. We also provide mitigation plans and also prepare reports, and in these reports we have recommendations on how we can manage the groundwater resources. The study area is obviously the city of Johannesburg. We are responsible for all the open spaces, all the green spaces, be it the conservation areas, the parks, the botanical gardens. With that, we have cemeteries that we also monitor. With this, we've got crematoria and 35 cemeteries. But then the current issue is that out of all the cemeteries that we have, it's only 10 that are equipped with groundwater monitoring boreholes. So we with the plan that we have, we are trying to, we'll try and make sure that all of our cemeteries, maybe by the time I come back, we will have all the cemeteries equipped with groundwater monitoring boreholes. I've also flighted the geology of each cemetery because I believe that the soil type and the geology of each cemetery, as different as it is, it will have an impact of the metals and the ions that are leaking into the groundwater. So with this, I can always tell, depending on the soil type that I find in each cemetery, whether we have a leakage or not. This is a map of the distribution of all our cemeteries across the city of Johannesburg. We've got the northern cemeteries that are supposed to be serving the northern part of the city. We've got the middle cemeteries, and then we have the south where Soweto and the other areas are also located. I'm not sure if it's visible. So how we collect data is that we do this biannually. We use a depth meter to measure the depth and the water level within each borehole. And then a bailer is normally used to collect a sample from each borehole. And then all these samples are then collected and put into a sterile bottle where they are all sent into a laboratory for testing of different parameters. I'm still gonna flight all the parameters that we check. We also check for different, we take notes of all the different sites while we're there, of all the notes while we're on site. So like the characteristics of each site, we'll take note of that. We map each borehole when we get to it. And then we also will note the use of each borehole, vegetation cover, the flow of the water, the slope, all of those things, we note all of them. For those who don't know what a monitoring borehole is, that it structurally looks like that. Then it gets drilled into the ground. That's a depth meter that we use to measure the water level and the depth of each borehole. That's a bailer that we use to collect the sample from down at the bottom. Each borehole will have a cap where all the information will have like the how deep it is, when it was drilled, and all of the relevant information. These are the variables that we'll normally test in all our groundwater and all our surface water that is running through each cemetery. Okay, I'm gonna run through this quickly. So I'm only flighting the parameters that we found to be over the range, because the department has given us a standards that leachable concentration threshold limits. The red line will show you that that's where we're supposed to be, and anything above that, it's hazardous. So I've got different cemeteries at the bottom there with their different numbers, and then the different number of years, because we've been monitoring from 2018 to 2023 with the different colors also showing in all the results. The possible sources of these pollutants is that it could be anywhere, it could be external, it could be anything, but then from the stats, the number of the burials that we have every quarter, it's not correlating with the cemeteries that are busy. So we have an understanding that we are not contaminating as much as those variables are a bit over the acceptable level. The current challenges that we have as a city, we often have dry, blocked, and our boreholes are often vandalized. And then we also have unavailability of historic data. So the data that I have now is the only data that is there for all the groundwater in all our cemeteries though. So this is the only data that's available. So I have nothing to compare with in terms of what was happening before 2018 up until now. So anything that is there, it's what we started working on. Another issue that we've got is the challenges of Joburg Water, our sister department, where they've got pipes that are running through our cemeteries, that we often have sewer spillages. The pipes are always leaking and busting, and obviously those are going to contribute into our groundwater, and they will contaminate our groundwater resources. And chances are the E. coli levels are always accelerated in those areas. In terms of the way forward, on the next studies that we've planned for, we want to do a hydro census around the cemeteries to see if the neighboring communities are using any of their groundwater, whether for watering, for ablution, and to see if they are testing and monitoring this the groundwater that they will be pumping. We also want to assess and classify water with their salt taps, because we're doing reburial, so we don't want to have people where they're getting sick of communicable diseases. So the next plan is to ensure that we test the soil within all our cemeteries. We're also trying to do a mapping of all the activities around the cemeteries. We're going to do metal screening. We're also going to do hydrogeological research in all our cemeteries to do groundwater modeling to see how the water is flowing within and around all our cemeteries. And also we want to check the proper drainages within our cemeteries to see how many pipes are running across and around all the cemeteries, because we believe we are still compliant. We believe we are not contaminating. It's the external sources that are contaminating. I'd like to thank my colleagues and all the help that I've received from our user departments, and also to Saca for giving opportunities to come and present our work. Thank you so much. I'm gonna leave it to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Let's clap hands for her again. Now, if you look at the work that is being done, there's an idiom that comes to mind in isiZulu sithi ayihlabu ngakumisa. Right, for those who don't understand isiZulu, if I combine two idioms in English, they might give you an idea of what I'm trying to explain there. Think of dynamite comes in small packages, and then think of don't judge the book by its cover. Yeah, it might give you an idea of what it means to say ayihlabu ngakumisa. Right. Maybe let's have a roving mic so that we can allow UCC Letter to continue with her presentation. And then she will take us until 3. And then from then we will then have a panel discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Sis Letter. She has confirmed that she is ready to present, colleagues.
I'm going to give this a second try. If it doesn't work. I really do want to share this with you guys because I think from yesterday's presentation, a lot of you have expressed concern regarding how you can go about engaging your communities to get them to use other burial methods. And so I am excited about this presentation because I think from the city of Johannesburg, we've really been able to do well. So I'm going to try my level best to share this with you. So as I was still saying to you, that changing behavior is quite difficult. You must never take it for granted. You know, that when you're asking people to change, you know, that it would become easier, especially in the area that we're talking about. Now, the behavior scientists are telling us that if you're wanting to get people to change, there are 3 approaches, you know, that you can use. You can either legislate, you can use education, or you can use persuasion strategies. Now, with legislation works when you're wanting to get social benefits and not necessarily individual benefits. However, we know that with democratic governments, you cannot legislate forever and for everything. And then this brings us to education. With education works very well when there are societal benefits and individual benefits. And the case of COVID-19 is a case in time here, where we know that during COVID, the department was able to educate people in terms of telling them what to do and how to do it, and it worked really well. However, education has unintended consequences. For instance, communities might misunderstand the risks that are associated with the intervention that you're wanting to bring along. They might also misunderstand the risk reduction strategies. The intervention might also bring high level of fear and apprehension. And at a certain point, people might be desensitized to what you are trying to convey to them. And in some instances, we know that people will get to a point where there is a rebound effect. For instance, with the use of energy efficient appliances, we know that people tend to use those appliances overly because in their case, they think that the fact that it is energy efficient, it means that you can use it forever, but that's not the case. The reason those appliances are done is to reduce the amount of energy that you're using. We know that the strategy that is highly recommended in terms of changing strategy is social marketing. This is well documented in a number of studies. This is because social marketing leads to voluntary and sustainable behavior, and social marketing is regarded as a non-cohesive form of persuasion. It is also seen as one of the innovative approaches that can be used in this instance. The next slide, please. In the city of Johannesburg, we embraced this strategy. The previous one. We have embraced this strategy, and for 7 years, we've used a social marketing strategy to encourage cemetery users to use other burial methods such as cremation, second and third burial methods, reduction, and mausolea. Before the campaign, before we embarked on the campaign, only 20% of the burials in the city of Johannesburg was done through alternative burial methods, and this was predominantly through cremation. But since we started with alternative burial methods, on average, 40% of the burial are done through alternative burial methods. I just want to take you through this graph. That shows figures. Go back. The graph that shows figures. The next one. The next one. So if you look at this graph, you can see that in the first year that we started with the alternative burial campaign, that in that year, the alternative burial accounted for 48% of the burial. That was the first year that we introduced alternative burial method. In the second year, it accounted for 53%. And ever since then, it has averaged about 40% of the contribution of alternative burial. Go to that slide that we were on. This one. The next one. Okay. So in the 7 years that we have run this intervention, we used 2 campaigns. The first one on the left, we labeled it Switch to Alternative Burial, and that campaign, we ran it for 5 years. It was targeted at a particular group, at the Africans in the city of Johannesburg. And the reason we did that was because we understood that the majority of burials was for the Africans in the city of Johannesburg. And their preference was for the first burial for a particular reason. They preferred the first burial method because it was according to their culture. So we then introduced second and third burial method because it was not very different, from the way in which they normally carried out their burials, and it also spoke to their cultural beliefs. So that method took off. For a good 5 years, we ran that campaign, and that's what assisted us to gain that momentum increase in the use of alternative burials. In the last 2 years, we used the second campaign. This campaign, we called it Traditions Evolve. The next slide, please. During these 2 campaigns, we focused on 2 aspects. We used consumer research, and we also focused on communication. Consumer research guided us in a number of decisions that we took in terms of approach, in terms of the communication platforms, in terms of the timing of those adverts. Consumer research guided us in that. And in terms of the communication platforms that we used all sorts of communication platform. We used, in terms of broadcast, we did radio ads, and outside broadcast. We used print, magazines and posters. We used outdoor, in terms of outdoor, we used wall mural, billboards, bus shelter ads, taxi branding. In terms of face-to-face, we did activation in taxi rank, activation in shopping malls, and activation in our own cemeteries. We even asked funeral undertakers to talk to families when families arrive at their doorstep about this. We did internal communication campaign where we branded lifts in our building. We used pull-up banners. We used staff activation, and we also used digital in the form of website, Facebook. We even created an email where people could send queries and complaints to us, and we would then respond to those queries. Now, I just want to share with you the examples of the ads that we did. You can go. So that's the bus shelter ad, the taxi branding. Next. That's the wall mural. That's an activation in a shopping mall. That's billboard. That's activation at a taxi rank. That's digital. Next. That's digital again and print ad. And I just thought that I should maybe just play one advert, a radio ad for you.
Sifiso, kunjani? Ngizwile ngomama. Ninqabe kanjani?
Sisebenze kahle mfo. Kodwa izinto azisafani. Singcwabe umama ethunene lodwa nomkhulu.
Ngempela?
Yebo. Phela families and residents can now reuse their old graves twice or even 3 times to bury family members. Other alternative burial options available in the city of Johannesburg include cremation, reduction burial, or even to send their loved ones back to their rural home.
Some traditions begin with an ending. Choose a burial option that is ideal for your family and be part of the traditional revolution. Visit our website for more information at www.jhbcityparksandzoo.com.
Some of the background, that I wanted to tell you, because I wanted to share with you that social marketing is not a new concept and it's not the same as social media. Social marketing is the use of marketing concepts and principles to encourage people to change behavior, and it is a discipline that is now well established. But I know that for most of you that are sitting here, you're asking yourself, how do you then go about this? Now, with social marketing, it has 6 components. It consists of behavior change, consumer research, segment and targeting, marketing mix, exchange, and competition. I think I spoke about the consumer research aspect. So for those of you, I think that are interested in finding out how to go about this, maybe you can just see me after this, because unfortunately, I think we have run out of time. But I want to conclude by saying, that this strategy really works. It has gone a long way in assisting us in the city of Johannesburg to ensure that we can move people, we can move a needle in this industry. And I would like to encourage other municipalities to try and adopt this strategy. For the researchers that are sitting in this forum, I would also like to ask you to help the industry probe a little bit further, investigate this concept further, so that you can give guidance in terms of how this can be done. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I know some of us are experts in the management of local government cemeteries, but we have learned marketing today. And I have no doubt that this work would have not been done without a political will from our councillors, because it required a lot of dedication and a lot of teamwork. If you see the impact stretched over years, you could see that there was also patience in terms of making sure that we maximize gain. And it's indeed best practice that Mzimkulu must take back home. Musina, all municipalities in that are here. It's something that you should take it, put it in your bag when you go back home, consider. Again, colleagues, the presentations will be available on the Saca website, and the contact details of colleagues that have been presenting are also there for your own reference and for further engagements. I just want us to quickly go to panel discussion, but before we do that, I want to remind colleagues and councillors to make sure that we complete the evaluation forms. It is very critical for Saca to evaluate the conference, and those evaluations are going to assist in terms of making sure that how then do we improve the conference going forward. I'm not too sure how many have came back. 39. We've got 40. So maybe we need to take a break for you colleagues to complete the evaluation forms, but that won't be necessary. It won't be necessary because you can complete while we are doing a panel discussion. Oh, another thing, people who require transport for tomorrow on the tour, please make sure that you register your name at the back table so that we know whether we bring 2 buses or just 1. Please do so before we exit today. Can I then invite the speakers to come forward? While we are preparing to ask questions, colleagues, unfortunately, Mr. Felix has requested to be excused. Felix Nathan, so he will not form part of the panel. So on the panel, we are going to have Baba Unkuna, and then we are going to have Reggie Moloi, Usislet Mahla, and then Mrs. Tandek. We are going to take questions. We'll start from the back. Okay, let me note hands from the back first so that I don't get confused. Right, there's 1 hand at the back, and then this row. I'll start from the back again, going forward. Right, the first hand is there. Thanks. Right, before I'll start from this side and then I'll move to the side. Before we start, can I note hands this side? The side only. You are going to be the second hand, Kate. You know what I mean by the second hand, eh? I mean second hand, not second hand, but second hand. And then you are going to be third hand. In isiZulu sithi isandla sesithathu. Ask Zulu people to explain to you what it means. And then a 4th hand. No, there is no interpretation. 4th hand. And then Undabezita will be the 5th hand in that order. Can we take the first question? Oh, there's another one. It's Vuma Minitin, hand number 6. Then after taking these questions, then we are going to take hands from the side before we answer colleagues. And the first hand is there, Umamala.
Thanks, Program Director. Program Director, it is just few things. The first one will be on what Tatu Daniel has presented. 1, management of human remains. One believes that the function should be followed by funds. Now, the only challenge that is being faced by municipalities on Dongokunjuzwa Uniskekan from Dr. Beyer's note here, the challenge that is being faced currently by municipalities, especially the smaller municipalities, whereby you have a small municipality, but looking at the radius to be traveled, it is very vast. And currently, the allocation that is being given to the environmental health practitioners, it is the head counting as per area. Now, looking at the vastness of the areas, what is supposed to be done, the municipalities are found to be wanting. I want to recommend to Salga that please let Salga look at this matter, because our health practitioners environmentally, one, we rely to districts, two, the numbers are too low, whilst the vastness of the functions that they are supposed to do is affecting them. The second one, it is on the proposed amendments that was mentioned. You know, Professor, when he started speaking, has raised a very serious matter whereby municipalities will take ages in responding to matters. And my clarity seeking question is, if he says those submissions that were received, they were not responded to, what was the reason? Kuba, you can't say because the numbers were too huge, yet it affects on the ground. Two, how long will the process take? And do they know that the brand is being affected? Kuba, when things happening on the ground, it's everybody pointing a finger to one direction. The third one, Kutatu Muloi, if I'm correct, it is the issue of, I'll say it's poor planning, or I'm not sure if I'm correct, whereby the previous plans didn't cater for what is going to happen for the 20, 30 years to come. And correctly as it was raised, now you find areas whereby initially it was just so many few hectares for burials. But now, because that plan didn't look for the future, you have business on the same piece of land, you have houses on the same piece of land, and in the middle, you have a graveyard. The community is saying, you are haunting us with people that are being buried at the backyard. And there was no provision for that one. So I want to propose, Kusalga, that I know I'm part of Usalga. When you say Salga, municipalities are the family there. I want to propose that let the municipalities come as they are busy with their special frameworks and plans. Let them come not with 1 year. Let them come with the next 20 to 30 years plan for each and every area, looking at all the areas that are affecting the municipality and the communities. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Kate.
Here in Johannesburg, the presentation was very enlightening, especially how you use social media as a means of promoting how citizens should be done. My main question and maybe comment is to my colleague from the Department of Health, Mr. Nkuna, is that in terms of the regulations that are being issued or being initiated for review, current regulations for human remains note that no land or site shall be identified as used for burial sites without EIA or land survey, which means that most of the communal cemeteries and cemeteries or community cemeteries are actually quite illegal. Does the regulation address that, or will the regulation address the inclusion of those facilities on areas that haven't been, where EIA has not been undertaken or surveyed. In terms of the regulations as well, there are requirements in terms of cemeteries, including certain proximity to habitable buildings, as within the registration, which is 500 meters. So what we notice, 500 meters can be excessive in an urbanized area, and this counts a lot of land, but it can be reduced through exemption with the minister. Is there a possibility of creating a more streamlined method of how that exemption can be undertaken or help municipalities understand could they go that into their design? And also who monitors these elements? Because now engagements with municipalities and with PHP and ITIA, it seems that these are some of the things that are followed through the cracks. It's not picked up in the EIA applications, nor are they picked up in terms of what the PHPs are monitoring on the ground. So who focuses on this? Because a lot of the facilities that we currently have planned for or developed are well, 500 meters from a habitable building. Some of them are just across the road from cemeteries. So who's monitoring that and enforcing that? And then in terms of comments or recommendations, is there possibly with the review that's coming up, could we not look at the permission and regulation of alternatives as part of it? I mean, that is the handling of human remains. It's just an alternative method to make it more proactive. Could we possibly expand the regulation in terms of standardized timeframes and processes for the reopening and reburial? Standardized firefighters to prevent grave collapses, and maybe in terms of the COCs, regularized GPSing of sites by undertakers so that we can improve geo-referencing of these sites and layout plans, especially in your non-urban areas. And then lastly, could we not use the regulation or the platform of the regulation for the National Health Act as a means to, as we were talking about before, developing a uniform manner in how these cemeteries can be developed and managed and operated, like how we did the same when we got the Cemeteries Act. Could we not use the National Health Act to create a regulation for other provinces and municipalities that these elements that we've just spoken about throughout the day could be brought into to regulate how they are undertaken, so that municipalities and provinces don't have to wait for a provincial piece of legislation to be enacted or promulgated.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the third hand. Please be wary that the places that manufacture wine, they close. So please keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a very short question. It's for Standeka. I would just like to know, in your Dolomite areas, your cemeteries situated on Dolomite areas, do you perform yearly gravity tests to determine possible sinkhole activity? And how do you determine the transmissivity of your geology between the cemeteries?
Mine is very short. She directed to the training of the behalf of health. Remember, in our local municipalities, we are not dealing with permits. We don't deal with funeral parlors. Now, there is act and legislation that funeral parlors need to comply with. My question is based on this one. There's something that we call parity, where they are encouraging, especially traditional people, where you bury someone, if that grave is more than 5 years, they are asking that person to bury another one of that. But now, in order for us to do that, we have to get permission from the environmental health petition. I'm trying not to offense you, but I want now you to give me another option that will help you. We all know that department, when it comes to just a small people, I think about 4 months or 3 months. Just a small people.
No, it's actually a year.
Yes, a year. That's what it is. Now, my question is that Is there no other way that the Department of Health can provide for the participation of this document in terms of getting the permission? Because in order for you to be, you have to get the permission from the environmental health professional. But in our case, in this case, the environmental health practitioners are not under the Department of Health. They are under the district. And it's not okay that they are duties that they are performing on a daily basis. Now, in our municipality, where I come from, there are about 8 municipalities that is under the district. Now, we are doing environmental health practitioners going around, not performing duties of office functions. Now, my question is that, for the challenge is that, it is hard for the member to get this document to allow families to it, so that we can make sure that they are advocates in the terms of law. Now, if you need to visit the Department of Health, there's no official that is the message to deal with them. Now, I want to know from you, sir, that is there no other way where we can make it faster?
All right. I think we've noted your question.
So is there no other way that
To fast track the process. All right. Okay. Thanks. And that was it.
I just a comment the summit. I like to thank spread the message to those who are unprivileged to this knowledge, because my view is that it will be much better to take this matter further, like engaging with the national house, provincial houses, up until the local houses, because in rural areas, the most important aspect is that we have land invasions, which they take land left, right, center. So we're having a problem. And then if people can be quickly educated on this matter, as Obabumtambo was saying yesterday, well, it was a question, what do we prioritize, the dead or they are alive, the living ones? So it's very much important to take the message down to rural areas so that they can be educated for the importance of preserving the land for the future. Thank you.
Baba Mtambo, maybe it's something that we should note down as one of the resolutions to be implemented in the future. Right. It's under 6 is the side.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Mkwanazi. My question is directed to Sandeka, and thank you for the good presentation, by the way. I just want to find out, you said you are doing groundwater monitoring as per your ROD. You had said also you are doing in 10 of your cemeteries, but you would like to extend to other cemeteries. My question is, for the ones that you want to extend the monitoring for, is it the ROD that is saying that is, or it's just something that you want to do? And also, if it's just something that you want to do, is it because your probably water table is very high, or your soil conditions are not permeable? If you can please assist us, because I know you obviously do some applications to water and sanitation, and they will give you a authorization which states whether you should have boreholes for monitoring, or it's just normal, which is a general authorization. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have hands from this side? You know, I like how learned people ask questions. They ask a question when they give information at the same time. Right, I'm noting 2 hands. There's one at the back, and then there's a second one. Conesi. Right, Baba, you're going to be hand number 1. I don't want to use second hand now. Hand number 2.
Okay.
Then hand number 3.
No, thank you. I'll just be brief. It's based on to Babankuna, ne? In terms of, I just want to get clarity here. Like I said yesterday, I'm from Rustenburg. So I just want to get the role of Sarah. There's this thing called, I thought they will be here, South African Heritage Resource Agency, Sarah. Because every time when they complain of violation of graves, I've seen in Rustenburg, they'll be the one coming to investigate. But I'm not sure whether they are overreaching or what. From your presentation, I suspect if it was health, maybe something would have happened, because we have cases where people, witnesses will say, we saw people taking out people's bones, we saw skeletons there, we saw their heads, and they were building mikukus there. But nothing has happened up to date. But the people are staying there on top of graves. Yes, it was not municipal graves. It was not municipal cemetery. It's Popomole first quarter camp. You know, people will go into a farm, they'll find graves, they dig the graves, and then they build their shacks there. They build toilets, and there's evidence. And when we do the local inspections, they've managed to pick 2 or 3 of the human remains. I've learned something, I mustn't say bones. They picked 3 or 4 human remains. So I just want to check whether are you working together with Sarah or what, or they are overreaching to investigate the violation of graves. Thank you.
Thanks. There's a gentleman there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Nkuna. I will refer to section 17 of the regulation, in particular, the one dealing with an unidentified bodies, forensic pathology regulation. The section indicates that after 7 days, the body must be taken to the fridge, and then after 30 days, it will be referred to the municipality for proper burial, after steps have been taken to identify the body. I tried on several occasions before this session to understand what are the steps that are referred to, because there was a concern that it takes long for the municipalities to process the proper burial. In some instances, somebody mentioned this morning that it takes a year or more. From where I come from, I tried several times to get the police, SAPS, to do thorough investigation. On 1 or 2 occasions, even more, the people to whom the body belongs came forth, and it was already buried as a pauper. So we are not too sure which steps to follow. We demand, or we ask from the municipality, that they do newspaper advertisement. Also, they do radio, as long as the police can prove that they've done thorough process of identifying the body, then it can go on. I will appreciate if I can be apprised on what are those steps that are intended to be in the section. The other question is for Mr. Maybe it will go to Mr. Nkuna again. In our bylaws, or in the most of the bylaws, we say a person or human body must be buried with a biodegradable coffin. I think the reason are obvious. We want to get nature to take care of itself so that the environment processes can take place, and of course the grave can be easily usable should it be required if we use such coffins. But manufacturers of coffins are not regulated, and they manufacture graves out of steel, which are not biodegradable. And upon intention to use the grave, I heard Joburg, they are saying sometimes they allow that burial if the conditions allow. With the use of steel coffin, it is not getting biodegradable, it is not going down, it remains as is for even 10, 20 years. I work with missing person task teams. They exhume a body of a person from one grave to the other. After 20 years, it was still intact. So those are the challenges if there's no regulation. I just want to be assisted. Is there anybody that regulates manufacturers of coffins? For Mr. Muloi, Deep Slot Cemetery, you said community do not want it. I want to have a view that it is not so clear whether community do not want it. It might be that community are not accommodated in the regulations or the rules in the use of the cemetery. I know Deep Slot Cemetery. It's a beautiful cemetery right in the middle of Deep Slot. But people of Deep Slot bury either in Olivenwood or Atteridgeville, which is far, 20, 30 km away from where they are. Surely we must look at the internal processes and aspects. Why are they not using the Deep Slot Cemetery? Because from the graphs that we saw, it shows less burials, which attests to what you said. But the problem might be within, not outside.
Can that be your last question, sir?
Yes.
The wine places are closing.
You're intimidating me, Chairperson. I want to appreciate the research done by Usis Chandeka and the aspect of the work they've done in ensuring multiple burial methods. That question is a comment, that part is a comment, it answered the question. Not all the time cremation is a preferable alternative burial method. I think we need to accept in Saca and this cemetery space that there are other acceptable alternative burial methods until we reach a point of where people will accept a cremation as an alternative, then we might be going elsewhere. But it is not the only one. Joburg records are proof of that other alternative burial method are usable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last hand, please. Human.
Hi, just to address Minister Nkuna. I just wanted to clarify that the terminology that was approved wasn't in fact aquamation. That's a brand name. It's actually alkaline hydrolysis. And I've got correspondence dating back to the 26th and the 29th of 2018 from your office, which was shared to us. And then thereafter, it was the Western Cape government had given the green light, saying that the process was not listed as, it didn't trigger listed activity in terms of NEMA, and that it should be allowed and subject to duty of care. And our bylaw actually does allow for biodegradation, which is a process of decomposition through means of those processes. So I think we must share this correspondence and perhaps recognize that there are international names for the same process. There's resumation, which is the UK and the European name for the process, and there's water hydrolysis, and there's the alkaline hydrolysis, which is recognized by your department.
Thank you. I think there's one more hand which was found away, Professor Figin.
Thank you very much. Since Mr. Nkuna did make a very specific reference about regulations and why it is important to have regulations, I do think that it is worth responding to. I am also chairing an entity that insists on regulations. But the difference I was making is the bureaucratic red tape, which is choking and killing the country. When I was in Canada and the US, I could calculate my tax because I knew how it was and predict. When I come home, I can't, because you have that 800-page booklet. You need to get consultants just to understand your own tax. Same with investors, same with everything, and hence even the president has chosen somebody to cut the red tape. It is just the red tape. Comply, simplify. In fact, when you simplify, you even make corruption less, because an ordinary citizen will see that once A, B, and C is done, you have complied. That is the main thing that I wanted to raise. For Diepsloot, I wonder if you have a community that has grown so fast in a short space of time, some of it not regulated, criminality so high, you dare not send your relative to a space where even your coffin can be dug out. Those are some of the things that we ought to be looking at, the security of the place, where rumors which say no, so-and-so was buried, then the grave was tampered with, maybe they took a portion of that person and so forth. So people will be suspicious and go away. But I liked the innovation of putting some of the coffins on top of each other and still rebury in a smaller coffin. Because there, even culturally, you would say now, see, these ancestors are packed in one place, therefore they have more power. Thank you.
All right, can we allow our panel to respond? Please bear in mind that you've been given an opportunity to present. So now you are not presenting, you are responding to questions because of the wine places, of course. We'll start from you, Babu Den, and then Babu Rechi, and then Moses Leta, and then still Moses Tandeng in that order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, facilitator, program director. I'll try to be short because I must also leave. But the person sitting next to me was saying, what is embalming? Because we were rushing, we did not explain it. Embalming is when a person dies and you get to inject some alcohol-based fluid or whatever, preservative, which makes it not necessary to use a fridge to store the body. It can stay on the table without decomposing because you have removed blood from the system and you have injected the preservative, which makes it not easy for the body to decompose. It's done for most bodies that are displayed and all that, and those that are used for studies. So you can embalm to make sure that the body does not need to go to the fridge. That is embalming. The equipments I was showing, those are the equipments that you need to do it. And you cannot just do it if you are just a funeral undertaker. You need to be trained to do it. So our concern was that many people now claim to be doing that and they don't have the facilities. So that's what we are verifying. The question that came in terms of, this was coming to SALGA, is not for us, to reconsider the finances function, money follows the function. It's given to you, we are taking note, we have learned, we must listen, not be ready to respond. That is the issue. So we have listened that we need to relook into that. Proposed amendments, you are saying that because there were many comments, we did not consider them. We are done looking at the comments. It's not to say we have not looked at them. We have looked at all of them. We had a team of about 60 technical officials sitting looking at the comments from can't remember the years, but we sat there from when it closed the first time in April, because they were published in March. And we started sitting in April because comments came within that first month. So a total of 60 officials sat, looked at the comments, but they kept on coming with the additional time that was given. So we sat there until August, looking at the comments. So the issue that is holding back the amendment now, it's because there's a request to translate. You know that in the country we've got Now we have an additional language, sign language, which makes it 12. But fortunately, so far, the Khoisan requested translation, Afrikaans, isiZulu, and Spade. Those are the languages that must still be published. If they are published, they must be published for 3 months. And if you want to make comments, because some of the things you are raising now to say we must consider, I cannot make any changes as an official on those comments that were submitted. Only you can make a comment. So when that opportunity comes, it means the inputs you are making now here needs to go there in those 4 languages. I think they will limit it to those 4 languages that will be published. Then you can make the comments of the things we are suggesting must be done. But they were considered, ma'am. Regulation of current cemeteries. Does the amendment address that? The issue of the buffer zones. The proposed, I think we have been interacting with the Western Cape environment. They have been saying the issue of sanitizing the space and all that. The current proposal is for 10 meters from the nearest habitable, from the 500. But that was going to assist a lot because it gives that space, but it doesn't come generally. Within the regulation, I think there were provisions to say, if you are going to have this, then these are the considerations that you must have, because people don't want to be sitting and eating and while on the other side they are looking at the cemetery. So there's issues of screening, there's issues of fencing the area, issues of dust control and all that, which are built in the regulation to ensure that cemeteries can be closer to habitable buildings. In terms of who monitors, this is about the roles and responsibilities. Monitoring is done by the district and metros. That's the reason why I brought in that slide where that was talking about this. Locals are the actual implementers of cemeteries, but the monitoring is done by the district and metros. This one, you see the regulation. Regulation in terms of the hierarchy of policy development. You've got the policy at national level, you've got the act, you've got the regulations, you've got your guidelines and procedures. Then when you come to the province, you've got your ordinances, you've got sometimes your acts, you've got your regulations and whatever. But whatever you do at a province and the bylaws that are developed at a municipal level, in terms of the hierarchy, what you must do at all times, so legal services or legal advisors, they need to align when you develop bylaws to make sure that they don't contradict the main act or the main regulation that regulates that space. If they contradict, they become null and void or they become invalid, so they cannot be used. So you need to keep on aligning to the upper structures. In this case, the National Department of Health is responsible for developing regulations on those areas I've given in terms of those sections, management of human remains. If provinces and municipalities are developing bylaws, they must try to align to that regulation. So the regulation is applicable in the whole country. It does not have any boundaries. Comments on alternatives. I've already touched on this. We cannot bring it. If you have the info, you bring it in through the comment period, then it will be considered. Double D is currently allowed in terms of the current regulation. The proposal was going for 3 instead of 2. In the European countries or overseas, they were doing mass burial. As a country, even during COVID, we said we are not going for mass burial, but we are going for multi-burial. That is where we even considered the issues of where it's in a rural space, how do we deal with those in the rural spaces? So it is allowed, it is provided for in the regulation. Sarah, I think this is the South African human rights. This is the heritage. We don't really work with them. They don't really talk to us, but we get applications. We recently had an application for people who died in the Second World War or whatever, that are now buried in one of the places here in Cape Town, in some memorial park, which cannot be touched according to this heritage, because it's protected. There are treaties and whatever that protects the disturbance of those. You can't really touch it. So when it comes to that, we consult with them. If there are issues that come to us where people are stranded and struggling to get access to those, and we try to liaise and assist, but they don't normally come to us, or we don't normally work together, but we should be working together, improve that relationship. Regulation 17, I cannot be able to give you a response now. I see it refers to the forensic regulations 32 and 34. I've looked at that, but I think we can discuss this out of this. We can provide a response maybe in writing. After this engagement, we will have to consult with the forensic unit and get you the correct response. In terms of biodegradable, long ago, the price of bread used to be regulated. You could not sell bread at a certain price. You had to sell it at a certain price. It had to be a certain weight and all that. Regulation of coffins is there for specific reasons. If you are going to bury it at sea, the regulation covers that to say it must have this weight so that when you throw it in the water at a certain distance from the shore, it must sink within a certain period. It must be heavy, it must be made of steel, and it must sink. Steel does rust and rot, so it takes time. It just needs the correct elements for it to actually degrade. It can actually corrode and get degraded. It can be degraded, except for plastic, which we're using during COVID. That one will take some time to degrade. And then in terms of other coffins, most of the coffins are not regulated except for those that are meant to prevent the spread of diseases. If there is Ebola, it is regulated what kind of a coffin we are going to use. And also, if you are going to transport, you don't transport human remains using the normal burial coffin. It must be a certain study, not study to study books, but a study hard. It must be made of hard material so that even if you are driving over bumps, it doesn't open, it doesn't leak, and all those things. So it is regulated, but we don't regulate everything. The example of the bread is just to indicate you don't need to regulate everything, but only those areas that need to be regulated. Thank you for the clarity on the alkaline and alkaline hydrolysis. And we take note that it has been approved by some department in government, like what we asked now about the heritage. As government, we must agree that we still need to improve on collaboration, because the function to manage human remains is with the Department of Health. If another department has given a go-ahead without consulting the Department of Health, then it will be a problem. But we take note, we will be in consultation with yourself to provide details, then we'll take it further out of this. We take note that we need to have simplified regulations. Some of us, we are trying as we write, we have studied in the Bantu English, a second language and all that. So our English is not that difficult. We are writing, get it to the legal, and for them to, then they start making the jargon. But when it comes from us, it can be understood easily. It becomes even difficult to make procedures out of it because it's that simple. But we are taking note. We will try to minimize the red tape, which the president is trying to do, and make it easy. But you can see, those who have seen the regulation that is proposed, it came with very good things. Unfortunately, it came at the time of COVID and when it was just getting off, and people thought we are replacing COVID regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndate. Then, Moloi, you only have 2 questions.
Yeah, even though I'll also assist on some of the things here. In terms of,
Wine shops are closing. Just a reminder, you can
okay,
continue.
okay. In terms of the planning for the future, like Umama Lemva raised it, that's how we do with cemeteries. We plan cemeteries for the future. That is why, for instance, for us, minimum, if we say a cemetery is a small cemetery, it's 20 hectares. Because with 20 hectares, we know we're going to do 40,000 initial burials. So the subsequent burials will still keep this. The challenge comes in the process when we're burying over the years, when local authority or the powers that be feels that there is space next to the cemetery, let's take it. Because they're not projecting like we do. They just see space and say, let's bring the houses there. That is why, for instance, I was raising this with Mr. Nkuna to say, what happened to regulations where cemetery starts up, the housing starts approach the cemetery. I'm happy that there's 10 meters, because that is what we've got currently. We've got 10 meters between housing and the cemetery. Hence, the issue of water testing has now escalated, because now cemeteries might be affecting water courses that are within the residential areas and all that. Also, while on water testing, yes, we still have 10 cemeteries with boreholes. But because of this very phenomenon that I'm talking about of housing approaching cemeteries, that is why we are saying even the older cemeteries that were developed long ago that did not require water testing, we are installing water testing boreholes for them, so that then we are compliant in that one. And then deep slot cemetery, there was firstly thorough consultation with the people. Yes, Prof, it was still very small. It has since grown, and in the process, it has been promulgated as a formal township and all that, and the numbers keep increasing. But there is one thing that we've realized with deep slot. When there are deaths there, either they go to this cemetery that gentleman mentioned, or they are taken back to where they come from. Now we are saying, we've already held meetings with ward councillors in that area, together with the regional director, to try and find out what's happening. One of the things that came out was that the first part that we developed, we were doing as a memorial park, like you mentioned, but this time memorial park in a previously disadvantaged area, meaning making the cemetery look decent and welcoming. That's why that part that is developed, when you're standing there, you don't see graves until you look down. You're standing on it because it's only plaques that are there. But then there was an outcry that culture, they said black culture, and I thought I'm black. Ituna is supposed to be in Dunduma. And I was saying, no, it doesn't have to be there. Then Dunduma is as a result of the space that is taken by the coffin. That is why later on it subsides and becomes level, or even subsides lower than that. But we know where they're burying now. Once that thing disappears, space disappears, they're going to come back. That's why we're not giving up in terms of ensuring that that cemetery is working well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tandega. I think you've got 3 questions.
Not 3, 2.
2. One, okay, 2 questions. Yes.
Yes, one was from Nada. You were asking about the dolomitic areas as to how to ensure that we don't get sinkholes, right? Is that the question? Okay. We do geotags prior to any of our cemetery developments, but then during the actual burials, I think Ureju will assist me as to what other measures do they put to ensure that they don't get sinkholes, because my job is to just ensure that whatever they're doing, it's not contaminating the groundwater. So I'm more of a water testing girl than the actual burials that are happening. So he's gonna just explain as to how do they then ensure that they don't get sinkholes within those areas where they've got dolomitic soils in terms of the geology. Usesi was asking about the RODs. I think you've covered some of that, but then some of these issues came when we realized the issue of space running out. So chances are most of these active and passive cemeteries that are not as we're not using them as often, we're gonna need to start recycling them soon. So when we start doing that, we're gonna have to then monitor the groundwater resources around and within those cemeteries. But then it is per ROD, it is a requirement that we need to submit these reports that we're still compliant twice a year. So we do check the water tables, we do check the soil types. So all those things are covered within our research. But then Rachel will assist me with another question. I think I've got all of them, right?
Yeah. I think the other one is about the EIAs, right? The one about development of a cemetery. Am I correct? That's the one. When we develop a cemetery, obviously EIAs and geotechs are done to assess one, water level in terms of groundwater, two, dolomitic nature, if there's any dolomitic rock, and three, obviously if the soil type does not allow, for instance, clay and all that, because with clay, you're going to experience problems of water welling up in graves and all those things. So unless the EIAs and the geotech come clear, there's no way we can proceed with the cemetery development at all. We had challenges with Oliphant's Flay, where when it rains, water wells up. But it's because the soil there, that used to be a millie field, belonged to council. That's why it was easy for us to get it. So the soil allows for water seepage to an extent that if we have heavy rains like the previous 2 years that we've had, you find that some of the graves sink even below ground level simply because of the type of soil that we've got. Not that the soil is not good for cemetery, because with cemetery, you don't want to do a cemetery in a rocky area because your holes won't go to 1.8 or even beyond. So that one we've addressed, because every time we'll then go and refill the graves. By the way, we refill graves in the presence of the communities or the families, purely because when you visit and you find new soil on a family grave, you think that somebody else is buried there. That is why we would rather say, come and refill it yourself, or we will assist you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I also have a question for Dan. I've got a question for you, Reggie, but I will ask them as we exit. So I'm encouraging anyone else who has a question to hold on to the question. When we leave here, going to our cars, you can ask a question, or when we go to the site tomorrow, you can ask the question. Now, thank you very much, presenters. Please don't leave. Mr. Mtambo would like to shake your hands. Reggie, and then please wait for the moment. Colleagues, please don't leave just yet. Remember, we have to get marching orders for tomorrow. So when Mr. Mtambo is done with taking pictures, he will come and give us the marching orders for tomorrow. Yeah. All right, colleagues, let's allow Ubaba Mtambo to come forward and give us a few words, including the marching order for tomorrow. For me, thank you for listening to me. Mr. Mtambo, please allow me to say the thing. Can I? Shall I?
Before you go, I've got something for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You can. You can. Where's the camera? You can't be so fast. You can.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Please remember that we've got sponsors here. We've got AFOP. Please sign out with AFOP so that you do not become a municipal problem when you die. You are taken care of. For me, thank you very much. Thank you.
Ngicela sibe simphinde ngehlombe ugatsheni bakithi awu. Sibonga kakhulu. Mhlambe before I can do my address, ngicela ningisize sisixolisa if we can move this table with Undodeni Mshodi, just move it that side because I would like to free this space so that we can do some few photos before we can leave. Very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased really to stand before you at this time. I feel that it's proper that we do this address now because maybe some of you might opt not to be part of Ituo Sasa, and maybe abanye they have earlier flights booked, so it's better that I do this address now so that kuzoba lula for those that want to leave early. As an association, we are humbled really by the overall success of the Saca National Conference for 2023 here in Cape Town. The 2 days has been nothing but an indelible writing on the wall, which we no longer have a luxury really to ignore, which we need to gauge ourselves against as we go back to our respective business spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, then please allow me to register our gratitude to the following people. The Office of the Mayor, from where Councillor Patricia van der Roos is coming from the city of Cape Town. Thank you so much, ma'am, for everything that you have done for us. You know, we were discussing as we were coming here that it's sometimes when you are coming from a particular space, you've got a particular perspective about councillors. Sometimes they need to be served, and you need to always beg and fear them. But we have found something different about you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the warm heart that you've displayed. And just to respect also the conference. You know, people, when they are asked to come and do the address, they are coming there for 10 minutes and then they are gone. But you've been with us from the time that the conference started up until now, and we thank you so much. We are humbly grateful. A special thank you to Inkosi Umahlangu, Ntunga Lomuhle, a representation yakho from the House of National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, and no Ms. Flo, who has been assigned to take care of you. Siyathokoza kakhulu ndaba ezethu, siyathokoza the perspective that we have shared, and also I think the narrative changed when you spoke. We actually looked and then we found ourselves, and what we have presented really brought a new perspective in terms of what traditional leadership represents. Sometimes we've got this myth, and sometimes we've got this misinterpreted agenda and ideas of what we represent. But thank you for setting the record straight. We are definitely going to take of what we have given to us, and we are promising you that we will be in contact. Mpumalanga is not even far from where we are. This whole provinces, we should have a representation, and Mpumalanga also will be one of where we're going to start from. So thank you so much, Ndabezitha. Siyathokoza kakhulu. To our Professor Timothy Fashon, I don't know, sir, whether we don't call you a guest anymore. You have become a father to us as an association. Even pre-COVID era, you've been with us. We have never turned down any of our invitations. And we are so humbled, really, to see someone who's committed and someone that we highly esteemed in terms of the credentials that you possess, but it is embroidered with so much of humility. Even now, you are still here and you are honoring this invitation up until this day. And we are really, really grateful for the humility being displayed by your present, Prof. Thank you so much. A special thanks to our guest speaker, Prof. Somato Tafigen, for accepting our invitation. We are all in agreement, Prof, that your lecture was thought-provoking and informative. Siyabulela kakhulu, sinama somadoda. Malandelwa intombi ithi dizeke, izwile leyo. Siyabonga. A special thank you to our sponsors who have made this conference a success. Wildy, I'm not sure where you are, but I would have really, really liked if you were closer that I bring you forward here, because what you have done and your team really have made this conference to be what it is. I want to thank you so much, sir, for really going out of your way, bending backwards. This hall is a chapel. When you come here under normal circumstances, it had benches everywhere. You won't think twice to know this is a chapel, but we can hardly say it because you have really, really went out of your way to accommodate the standard that we have set and that what we've requested from you. And we want to thank you dearly to the entire team of Calgro. Really, the Southern Cemeteries Association is really, really appreciative. And I believe that as the time progresses and as we go back home, there will be a formal communication that will come from our chairperson that will really coin our appreciation. But we thank you so much for all what we have done. Really, we are truly, truly appreciative. Thank you so much for partnering with Saca and providing the venue, as I've indicated. And to AFBOB here in the Western Cape, thank you so much for the sponsorship that you have given. You have really taken us quite far in terms of meeting the needs that we had to ensure that they are met before the conference starts. And thank you so much for the gift that you have sponsored with for presenters. And to the team, Salga, Sis Nuzbele, thank you so much for your team, the leadership that we have seen, that we've displayed with everyone that we have brought, and even from Sis Unondomiso Twalo when we're doing the planning sessions, Sis Dora, and everyone who has been involved and doing the spade work before we come here. We really, really appreciate it. And to the provinces also of Salga that came on board, thank you so much. I'm not going to thank Usihle because I'm biased, but it's my twin brother, that one. I'm saying to him, he's only leaving me when he's doing Salga games, but in most cases where he is, you're going to see me next to him. But thank you so much, colleagues. We really appreciate what you have done here. To Cabo Tombstones, thank you so much. I believe that you are still here for the showcase of the product that you do, and we believe that the kind of network that we've received from here will then make your name and the business profile to start to reach the lengths and widths that you are looking for. And we are believing that there's going to be more engagements and collaborations in the future. Joburg City Parks and Zoo, thank you so much for the sponsorship and the gift that you have given to the presenters. And I see that you've given the hat to every delegate that is here. So thank you so much. So no one can say Joburg have not given anything here. Thank you to all the presenters that have presented both physically and virtually from yesterday and today. Thank you for doing justice in your presentations. And thank you to all the administrative and political principals, the councillors in our midst, and the honorable mayors that also attended our session. We really, really thank you, and we valued your contributions, and we know that if you have our principals here, it will be much easier for us officials to say, we know now what is required, and we are hoping that it will be a strong backing in our municipalities, because now there's not only the officials that knows, but also the political front also understand what we are doing. The task team of the city of Cape Town, Sis Mercy, siyabonga kakhulu. The entire crew that Sis Susan Bryce have put together to ensure that we have this link between KwaZulu-Natal, where we are planning this conference from, and the Western Cape. Without you, it will never be a success. Thank you so much. You've made it easier for us to get the caterers, to get the buses, to get all these finer details, your lanyards, and all these things that makes us, when people say this conference was a success, it's because of the work that we've done. We really, really, really appreciate the team that we've put together for us. To our caterers, I believe I've never heard anyone who said the food was bad. And I think you have outdone yourself. I was quite impressed with the setup and with the taste of food as well. My EHPs, like, they could easily check there's food poisoning. But thank you so much. The food was nice, and it was fresh, and it was tasty. It fit. It was appropriate for the standard and the level of I said, part of it, but he's coming from Joburg. But thank you so much, Reggie. Umsebenzi owenzile laphaya, really. And we are believing that there will be someone that will come up from Joburg. We cannot not have a footprint in that metro. So we are believing that soon there will be someone that this baton will be handed to. And to Suzanne Price, Cape Town, ma'am, you rock. Thank you so much. You rock. You rock. And what we are praying for is that as the time progresses, now that Cape Town have seen of what you are advocating and what Saca is all about, we would like to see Metro coming in as a member of Saca. And that will be great. That will be great. And we are trusting that that will happen. Thank you so much. And yeah. And then to the last but not least, this is an engine now of Saca, Nisha. Everyone who have ever heard the name Saca, we say, don't talk to us, speak to Nisha. She's at the office, she is our coordinator, our administrator. She does everything for us. She troubles me a lot, but she makes me to be in shape. I happened to be a treasurer and also a deputy chairperson, so you can imagine. So the decision must be made this side, and then she wants finances at this side. So, but thank you so much, ma'am, for the sterling work that we have done, and we truly, truly appreciate it. Can you give them a round of applause, please? So before you go, I think I want to get on the picture. So, okay, all right. Thank you so much. All right. Last but not least, then allow me to wish you all a safe journey back home. To those who won't be joining us on our tour tomorrow, and may I all wish you traveling mercies as you go back home till we meet again. With those words, let me saying thank you so much. Siyabonga, siyabulela. Nisha, all right. Oh, all right. Before we can all disperse, check the arrangement. Is the bus gonna come here? Okay. What time? Okay, at 8:30. Those that have indicated, can we be here at 8:30, and then the bus is gonna leave? We're not gonna wait for you. If you're gonna come late, then you're gonna catch a lift. And since can we have a Salga team, please, to come? But colleagues, you are free if you want to leave. Thank you.